Yeah.
Craziness.
It sure is. It's clown world out there.
It is, and it's about to get really interesting. We'll be talking about a lot about the economic aspects about what's about to
Okay,
happen.
you got
So
30 seconds, Jack, and I'm going to bring you right in.
cool.
Man, this is a great night tonight. We had Brent Hamachek on earlier too. I'll talk about that on break. But here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. As always, we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And as always, I'm joined by the paranormal crime fighting duo, Daisy and the Sundance Kid. And high above us today, circling around, there were Dakota pterodactyls. They were glowing, radioactive, and from their flight patterns, they appear to be hunting that most famous of all Dakota cryptids, the jackalope. And, well, it's been one of those crazy weeks. Attention, all passengers on the Great Space Roller Coaster. There is turbulence dead ahead. Please return to your seats, place your trays in their upright positions. Remember to be kind to your stewardess, and as always, thank you for flying Universal Airways. That's what's going on right now in the world, guys. This is something that's been long predicted by the Webbot as far as the sheer amount of turbulence now. The assassination of Kirk did not pop up as an event in the event stream, which may indicate to us that we've hit some sort of new trajectory. So let's remember that we are living in a strange, what appears to be ontological model of reality. That is, that there is apparently a supreme consciousness. And we're going to approach all of tonight's conversation from a mechanistic viewpoint. Let's not put any sort of emotion into it. Let's simply add certain components to our equation, extract certain components from the equation. Let's do a little math tonight. We're going to sort of talk about recapping a lot of the information that I've gone over in some of the past broadcasts, and that's because there's a lot of complexity taking place right now, and its interplay is both fascinating and really kind of crucial for people to know and to understand. If you're one of the few out there listening to our live broadcast, then just know this, that you have received an amazing cosmic message in a bottle, and you're going to be privy to information and things that are really kind of on a higher level of conversation. This is the place where you sort of have a convergence of many different information intelligence streams coming in, and I want to take that opportunity to go ahead and present tonight's sponsor, which is the Oculus slash dash, not slash, but the Oculus-AI.com, which is a new service that allows you to have basically a Sherlock Holmes in your pocket. You can download the Oculus-AI.com app to your phone. Every day there is a daily briefing, an intelligence briefing presented specifically for you of a great deal of information that is curated artificial intelligence. In other words, These are intelligence briefs that are collated using artificial intelligence by people who know what questions to actually pose to it and how to use it to uncover hidden information in the world of OSINT, which is a ever-growing world out there, the open source intelligence gathering community. This is sort of birthed out of that. If you have seen or have ever been to my website, paraintelagency.com, or if you are a current subscriber to paraintelagency.com, make sure that you go to the Oculus. And again, that's www.theoculus-ai.com, and begin your monthly subscription on that site, because paraintelagency.com is going to meld into the Oculus. So it will cease operations by December 31st of this year, and everything will be on the Oculus. All paranormal intelligence will be on the Oculus and included in those intelligence briefs for the subscribers, and it's only $5 a month, which is, you know, it's less than a cup of coffee that you get at Starbucks. So for $5 a month, you get a daily intelligence briefing of information you had no idea was even out there in the world for you to know about. For instance, we just reported this last week that the United States Navy actually just launched a major advancement in naval warfare, and it wasn't reported by a single mainstream news station anywhere. It was only through artificial intelligence and knowing how to extract information that we were able to ascertain that we have now a 44-ton, 57-mile-per-hour over open water warship, which is completely autonomous, runs completely off of artificial intelligence, and is completely packed with cruise missiles. That's right. We have launched such a thing, and it is now out at sea. Find that somewhere else. So, but to get back to tonight's conversation, we're going to be discussing really a major event which was predicted by the WebBot. The WebBot didn't see the Kirk assassination coming, but what it did see was a huge amount of emotional release language taking place at this period of time, and that's in fact what we're seeing. It was like there was a huge building up of tension like there is before any major event, and after that event there's a huge amount of release language that can be found by the WebBot spiders that go all over the internet and look at conversations worldwide, to make a long story short. So that's going to cause repercussions in our society that most people right now can't even begin to suspect. The assassination of Kirk occurred at a crucial moment, which was already a tipping point. And what it did was, it was like the universe running up and throwing gasoline on a raging fire. And now, oh boy, things are going to get burned. I can almost guarantee you that those who see themselves on the other side of that assassination, and there are reprehensible human beings online who are celebrating somebody's murder. That's absolutely disgusting. But I can tell you that those who are on the right in this country, they're going to be coming for scalps on this one. This one, they're not going to let go. This was the tide turning in a way that the other side could never even begin to suspect. and in such a way that it's going to cause dominoes to fall in our society that most people didn't even know were there. That's going to be interesting, because what we're coming up to is a convergence of events manifesting out of the event stream. And if you've been a fan of the show or followed us for a while, you know that we follow the Webbot's view of the universe, which is the ontological view that there is the true nature of the universe is one, which is a self-revealing nature, and it does reveal itself to the living species within its material paradigm. This is all presumably caused by a supreme consciousness, and by all intents and purposes, you might as well call that God. In what form that manifests is up to any given religion on any given day to provide you with some sort of meaningful definition that can be perceived in a human way. They're all describing ultimately the same architect, which has created a material paradigm in which we find ourselves facing a very close future where we are going to be approached by an object now known as 3I Atlas. And 3I Atlas is doing some extremely strange things. This is going to coincide at a time when Kirk's assassination causes what, for all intents and purposes, can be described as an actual Civil War-like event that takes place in the United States that is coinciding with actual World War III breaking out in Western Europe. And that will coincide with China's invasion of Taiwan. All of these things will coincide with a death of fiat currency worldwide. The old debt system, the death of the old debt system based on a petrol fiat dollar is finally within its death throes. And in the coming very soon, immediate future, next few months, over the next couple of years, you're going to begin to see cryptocurrency overtake all of the world's currencies. This was something that the bankers have long feared. It was something that Satoshi Nakamoto, the figure that designed Bitcoin and left the white paper for us to follow, intended to happen. Cryptocurrency at its base, at Bitcoin's base, is completely uncontrollable. That doesn't mean it's going to wipe away the old system. What it means is that the old system is shape-shifting. And they are currently, right now, in the process of buying up as much cryptocurrency as they can get their hands on. I know because I both own cryptocurrency and I follow a nonstop information intelligence stream concerning the fact that there are now major, huge financial institutions, BlackRock being chief among them. And for those of you who know who BlackRock is, then you know what I'm telling you is some serious stuff. BlackRock is probably the biggest financial organism in the entire world. Some would say they are a cancer on the world. You want to know why housing remains artificially high in the United States? Because BlackRock goes in and buys up all of the houses that are for sale and turns them into rental properties. BlackRock is in control of huge percentages of people's 401k funding, and BlackRock has been accumulating Bitcoin and Ethereum like mad. Tell me that those people who run the world's largest investment institution don't know what's about to happen. Of course they do. What if I told you that the current market cap of Bitcoin is $2.2 trillion? I was arguing with people back when it was $1 that they should be buying it. Today, traded up to 117,000 a coin. The Webbot predicts a time of economic turmoil coming in which a few Satoshis, which is what they call just a micro percentage of a Bitcoin, will get you a house. Think about that. And on top of that, consider the fact that only 13% of Americans own any crypto. 13%. And it's already got a market cap of 2.2 trillion. That's just Bitcoin. You look at Ethereum's market cap. It's into the many tens and tens of billions of dollars. It's trading somewhere around $40 billion a day. A day. All of the current banking institutions are building out their platforms on Ethereum, which is basically a fork off of Bitcoin. Imagine modern day banking where you no longer have to wait through a weekend for a business transaction to take place. You no longer have the delay in your banking account. You no longer have holds on your banking account. You no longer have any sort of transaction fees, even including overseas between the biggest institutions with the largest amounts of money. Instantaneous transactions, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with no transaction fees. That's what they're building out. And it all happens on the Ethereum network, right? Well, you know, Ethereum's at like 4,500 a coin right now. The best analyst, crypto analyst out there right now have a target of 50,000 a coin in the short term. Tell me that these guys don't understand the economic apocalypse that's about to take place, because a lot of other strange things are taking place, and a lot of those strange things actually affect the paranormal world in the aspect that it's going to cut off all of the money that they require to run their special access programs in which they're housing all of this captured alien technology. And a big part of that has to do with the silver market. People have no idea how much the silver market means to the overall economy, and they have no idea that the silver market has actually reached a point where control is beginning to slip out of their hands. There's a good reason for this. If you look at the COMEX, which is where all of this precious metal is traded, you can look at the open contracts for precious metals, gold, silver, platinum, what have you. And you can also look at how many of them are demanding physical delivery of that silver, right? Of that gold, of whatever precious metal. It's one thing to hold a contract in your hand, which is a promise for somebody to deliver that silver or that gold to you. It's another thing to already have it in your possession when the you know what hits the fan. Because what happens when you're just holding a contract is it never gets filled. There's a reason for that. The number of open contracts right now for precious metals on the COMEX far exceeds the amount of actual precious metal available for physical delivery. And yet, every one of those contracts are now demanding physical delivery. This is all occurring at a time when gold is making record highs. So you can see where if some of these financial experts are right and they predict that Trump is actually going to tie, they're going to introduce a 50-year treasury bond. 50 years, that's a long time. That's a long runway, right? And they're going to tie those bonds to physical delivery of gold. At the same time, they're going to reprice physical gold to 24,000 an ounce. It's currently at 3,600. When they reprice it up that high, they're going to be able to sell those bonds out on a 50-year plan for physical delivery of gold in such a way that they can erase 37 trillion in debt. That's the plan that's underway. Will they succeed? I don't know. But I do know that the webbot predicts a time when all currencies fail and the only thing left are cryptocurrencies on the blockchain. Because, and you know, probably logically speaking, those cryptocurrencies will be tied to a basket of physical assets that hold real world value of some kind. Gold, silver, precious metals, things used in high technology production, basically, is what it comes down to. So, but all of that matters, and the silver manipulation has been going on for 45 years on the short end, right? 45 years. You can look at the chart. It's formed what's known as a cup and handle pattern over a 45-year pattern. That's the most bullish signal that you can ever see in any chart on any given asset that you can imagine. And this one's formed over a 45-year period. That is unprecedented. What that means is that there is a coiled spring about to spring. And when it goes, it's going to pop in a way that's going to cause like massive bank runs. Because what's happened is all of these banking institutions around the world have been able to artificially keep low the price of silver by derivative contracts, which allows them to basically borrow 1,000-fold over what they actually physically have in their possession and sell that out to the public. They've been doing that for 45 years. And now you have entities like Elon Musk and Tesla actually running short on silver because they can't get enough delivered to them off the COMEX. That's showing that the amount of physical silver compared to the number of contracts that will be demanding that physical silver is almost non-existent. When that happens, all of those banking derivative contracts that are based off of silver begin a cascading effect through the banking institutions. That creates a major problem with the currency. And all of this is what you're going to see coming up in the next few months to the next, really until 2027, basically. So you're talking about a long period of time. 2026 is quiet in comparison to what happens in 2027, according to the webbot. But like I said, 3i Atlas is headed this way. And 3i Atlas, according to the webbot, is going to be used by the powers that be here on our planet as a way of trying to control the masses. The webbot also predicts that it's not a meteor. It appears to be intelligently controlled and are artificial in origin. It even predicts that if there are aliens on board, that those aliens are dead. and that the craft is possibly just being piloted by artificial intelligence. What's even more interesting is that 3i Atlas has changed its course. It's changed its color, and it's changed its speed. You would think it would have sped up, but no, it has slowed down. And now it's headed to the other side of the sun, very close to Mars. And we'll be talking about that right after our break.
All right, we're on radio break.
Cool.
Good stuff, Jack. Good stuff.
Awesome.
Can you hear my son in the
Awesome.
background?
No.
Good. He's going crazy
That's
with
funny.
Fortnite. Like, someone got shot in the back again. Oh my God. Not that.
That's the worst.
Through a wall, even.
That's great.
How do they do that? It's magic. Yeah,
What's going on?
I don't know what Nancy is up to tonight. She said that she might not be able to make it in right away. I don't know. She had some stuff earlier. I'm hoping that she gets everything taken care of. If you can, you want to come in for standby for first part?
Yeah, I'll try to join in.
Okay.
I'll have to see.
Otherwise, I'll just take her over and get something going there. We have enough folks. We can talk just about anything, you know. Yep.
It was weird. You cut out on me for a minute. It said, we'll get right back to you on the call.
Well, earlier?
No, just now.
Just now. Wow.
Yeah,
That's odd.
it was odd.
Yeah.
It must be a glitch.
You flashed out, went to your other your avatar instead of the camera too on your end. So might have been on your end. I'm streaming good. I'm not dropping any frames, so you know that's always a
Cool.
plus. You know. But that doesn't say anything for Teams. I don't know. Yeah, Teams might be dropping frames. But over on the OBS, no. Yeah. It's been quite a couple weeks here. That's for sure. With you know, everything in the news and all that.
Oh, yeah, it's been crazy.
Yep. Let's see what we got over in the chats. DP Mudasucka in the Kick Chat. Hazard FTW in the Kick Chat. Appreciate you guys coming in. Let me get shout outs. Yeah, Papa Pinky.
Papa Pinky, I like.
Yeah, Papa
yeah,
Pinky. That's kind of a throwing the hype up there. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Awesome. And we got Svetlana, and we got MC Dirty Work and DK over in D Live with us. And MC's over on YouTube tonight too with me. MC, if you're out there and listening, let you know that you are a mod in YouTube channel now as well as the D Live. Just to let you know. I think even that DK guy, you know DK? Yeah, I think he's a mod too for me over. Yeah, he's a good guy. I don't care what anybody says about him. He does get a little carried away sometimes, but you know, hey. We all got to be passionate sometimes, right? You all set there, Jack? Look
Oh
out.
yeah.
Okay. What do you got for cryptid? Cryptid corner tonight.
Yeah, I got to talk about our work with Dr. Christopher Dyer, our DNA collection.
Cool. Yep.
Like more and more people are beginning to come around to our way of thinking. So
Yep. Getting ready to come and get your countdown. We're under 30 seconds right now. So look out, cats, dogs, and kids, curtain climbers and crumb beggars. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side right now.
welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your personal tour guide to the Twilight Zone, the Minister of the Sinister. And I've got a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision. And tonight we are talking about all kinds of changes that are taking place, about to take place. A lot of that stuff is economic. And that's, part and parcel of what happens when you introduce an outside force into a bubble. The bubble often pops, and the outside force being introduced into our worldwide economic structure will be the force of new technologies, which are alien based, which are, sort of free, cheap or free energy. Imagine, being able to manufacture anything you want on a massive scale for pennies. Things like that. Imagine that kind of intervention into a closed economy, which is all based on old types of energy sources. Imagine devices that follow a completely different kind of physics than we ever even knew existed. In other words, in the Webbot model, there are physicists that we have on the planet today that follow what's called the gritology model. That's the idea that really what's real is just the dirt, the sand, the rock, all of the debris and stuff that makes up space. And if consciousness disappeared, all that stuff would still exist, right? And then there's the simulation model, which has gained a lot of traction in recent years. And I've even discussed it in great detail on the show here. And in the simulation model, you have, basically the model where consciousness is inside of a simulation, and it's being propagated by a machine of some kind, and there's somebody behind a computer terminal watching the simulation, and we're all part of that simulation. That's it in a nutshell. And then you have the ontological model, which is what the Webbot seems to point to, which is the model that there is some sort of supreme consciousness that created this construct. And what it's looking for, what it's seeking, is something called novelty, right? It's seeking out unique experiences through a never-ending multitude of various life forms that it's never had before. And the only way to find new experiences within this materium that it's created is to increase the complexity level. So it reaches in and it turns the complexity dial up to high, right? That creates a large amount of chaos. But in that chaos, one finds opportunities and experiences that couldn't be had without it. That's currently what humanity is experiencing. And down here on the great space roller coaster that I call Earth, we're sort of experiencing that on a micro level in our daily lives, with crazy events taking place all over the world and even in space with the approach of 3i Atlas, which is an alien artifact of some kind. So all of that complexity is beginning to really show up in a way that was predicted by the webbot many years ago, and it has reiterated over the last, so many months and few years, that the same thing, as you get closer to something in the event stream, it tends to have more detail. And you also have things that are called temporal markers, where if you have a smaller event take place, another event that it's talking about has a much higher probability of also manifesting. And that's kind of what we've been experiencing over the past summer. This has been the summer of emergence, and going into the fall, we're going to have really massive change begin to take place. At some point in early 2027, if you look at it on like a graph or a chart, you can see this. If you can see my finger, you can see this slope that goes up like this, right? And you're at 2026, 2026, 2026, 2027, way up here, right? Well, all of that is tension building, meaning that some massive event takes place in early 2027, which would be the type of emotional response if you had a point where aliens actually showed themselves to the world, right? Worldwide, absolute, undeniable acceptance by every single last living human being on the planet. That kind of emotional buildup is what it seems to predict. And what you have on the other side of that is a whole new world, a whole new existence. So you kind of have a period of time here where you can prep, you can prepare yourselves, you can do some, like I'm doing here, which is nonstop, but I'm working on the silo, guys, getting it completely ready for the winter here. We have harsh winters in the Dakotas, and there's a lot of prepping that goes into a property over the summer in order to, it's tough to get anything done when it's 30 below outside. So all the outdoor work kind of takes place all through the summer months, and then your indoor work takes place during the winter months, and that's kind of where I'm at. As always, it's probably a good time to mention, come by jackcareyart.com. Most of the time I am a professional artist these days, and I sell original paintings, and you can find those at jackcareyart.com if you feel like supporting the show and our efforts here. That would be fantastic. I think you'll find something that you will like for your home. Don't be one of these people that hangs up a poster. Don't hang up a poster and think it looks okay, because it doesn't. Buy an original. Buy some real art and hang it on your wall and transform your space. So, but if not from me, from another artist of some kind out there in the world. But anyway, it's interesting that 3i Atlas, and now there's a new stellar body coming through. It's referred to as Swan 25. You'll hear a lot about that. The webbot is saying that in 2026, the powers that be, which is our government, certain forces within our government, begin to use 3i Atlas. They begin to realize for real that this is an alien body of some kind, an alien craft, construct of some kind, and they begin to use that as a control mechanism over the populace through various fear factoring. they will, like any government around the world, be completely freaked out by any sort of contact between a human and an alien. They will automatically assume that that human being has been compromised in some fashion, that it's altered their way of thinking or acting, etc. And that will lead to a lot of quarantining taking place. A lot of people sort of just disappearing who have been contactees, things like that. There will be a strong effort to scare the populations of the world from having any personal contact with aliens that might just say land in your field somewhere, because that's a lot of what ends up being predicted actually taking place. And along with that, you have a lot of predictions of actual alien technology making it out to the public. All of these things act like major factors working together to alter our reality construct in really unexpected ways. Now, 3i Atlas changing its trajectory, changing its color to this really crazy green glow, and changing its speed. You know, it was traveling, I think they said somewhere around 136,000 miles per minute, something like that. This thing slows down. It's coming in, slows down, then changes its pattern, its course, and now it's headed over to Mars. And last week I discussed the fact that there is quite possibly a lot of interesting evidence to show that there is quite possibly a operational Mars colony. It could be, if indications are right, that Mars colony ran into some problems, some sort of supply issues of some kind, and we don't know what state that colony currently resides in. Is it possible that the ships that Gary McKinnon, the British hackers, saw are still operational up there, and they solared the whole solar warden aspect of them having these massive ships, you know, dating back decades, and an entire cadre of military astronauts to pilot them? Is it possible that they've been able to get supplies to Mars? Yeah, it's quite possible. And it's quite possible that they were able to maybe freshen up the number of people there, provide medical, whatever, you know, whatever is needed, the logistics of running a colony. Is that possible? It's possible. Is 3i Atlas headed there because of the colony? That's an interesting possibility. We have all kinds of cameras on Mars. We have rovers and what have you, and I'm quite certain they will be positioned where they can see this approaching craft. Whether or not any of that shared with the public is anybody's guess, but I would highly doubt it. And if anything occurs between that craft and a secret colony that we have running, it's highly doubtful any of that information would make it out, right? So we also have a group of remote viewers who a few decades ago remote viewed Mars and determined that, and these were some of the CIA's original Stargate remote viewers, but they targeted Mars in ancient history, and they targeted up to present day, and they were able, to make a long story short, they were able to determine that below the surface of Mars, there are artificially intelligent robots that were left by the species that used to inhabit Mars, and that those robots were actively sending out signals, it seemed like, to somebody. Is it possible that Three Eye Atlas is that somebody? That's also a possibility. And it's interesting to explore all these different possibilities. So, but it's also interesting that it's headed to Mars because of the ancient history of Mars. And if you've studied all of the information that I've covered in the past on this show and on my YouTube channel, which you can find out there, it's just under my name, Jack Cary, Cary. You'll find a researched video that I did that traces the step-by-step information flow, evidence flow, to show that once upon a time, many, many millions of years ago, there appears to have been another planet very near Mars. And that planet was actually occupied by a species, and that species appears to have been reptilian in its genetic aspects. And that species actually migrated to a few bases here on Earth, which apparently still exist and are operational to this day, but at the same time were extremely aggressive and started a war over planetary resources with the civilization that lived on Mars. They decimated the Mars climate, which is obvious today. Dr. John Brandenburg, a NASA scientist, discovered vast amounts of a substance called xenon-129 all over the surface of Mars. Xenon-129 only occurs during nuclear explosions. In other words, there was a nuclear war, and it covered the entire surface. Apparently, before the demise of their planet, the Martian beings, who apparently were also sort of human-like, but not human, were able to build a super weapon. There's security in the silo. This super weapon appears to have been a planetary killer. In other words, right before their planet was destroyed, they were able to launch this planetary killer at this neighboring planet and utterly destroy it. So they destroyed the neighboring planet with this reptilian species on it, but not before their climate was completely ravaged. And what did they do? They built a couple of space arcs with what they had left. They packed on them as many of their people as they could and supplies, and they left for the only other inhabitable planet they could make it to, and that was the Earth. They landed in what today is present-day Antarctica, and they started their civilization over again. All of the rumors that you've heard, all of the sources coming out of Linda Moulton Howe, all of the aerial photographs you've seen of actual remnants of their civilization in Antarctica are there. It was discovered by the Nazis. The Nazis ended up building a base inside of one of their abandoned cities. After these Martian people landed in what today is Antarctica, and back then it was tropical. It was a beautiful place to live. But after they landed there, there was some sort of planetary catastrophe which shoved Antarctica way south and into its frozen current state. That caused a huge diaspora of these Martian-like people, these human-like Martians all around the world. These are the origin of the so-called Paracas skulls, made famous by the researcher and adventurer Brian Forrester. Caracas is in Peru. You can look it up online and see the skulls yourself. Those are the actual remnants of the Martians that made it here. They have cranial capacities which are 60% greater than a normal human being. You can change a lot of things with ritual head binding. You cannot change the cranial capacity. It means their brains were much larger than ours, and they were capable of incredible things. That's why they became deified in every place that they landed around the world. And by deified, I mean the people began to ritually headbind their children in order to look like them. You can see that very thing taking place in the bas reliefs of Akhenaten, even the famous pharaoh in Egypt, the only one shown with elongated skulls, which really kind of gives us a time period for when this diaspora occurred. And with that, they were pyramid builders. These Martian people built pyramids on the surface of Mars, some of which are still visible today in the area known as Cydonia. And they taught humans how to build pyramids. They also had all kinds of advanced building techniques and were able to show that to local populaces. But these beings look sufficiently human enough that they kind of, it didn't really freak people out. They just had elongated skulls, but they had hair and eyes and nose, mouth, 2 legs, 2 arms, you know, they look like a human. And that might tell us something about what seeded life in this particular area of the galaxy. It could be that all life forms in this particular area of the galaxy are all humanish in form. And that's because they would all come from a singular source if you follow the Type 3 civilization model for paranormal activity on planet Earth, which is my main theorem. So it's interesting. 3i Atlas is going to this planet that once suffered this ancient war that led to their population, the surviving members, getting on some space arcs and heading towards the Earth. And it could be that Mars is just a stop. A lot of the physicists are predicting that it could slingshot around Mars and make its way right back to the Earth. And then it's possibly just stopping by Mars for a minute, and then it's coming right to the Earth. And when it does, that's when you're going to see sort of an implosion, a popping of the bubble, like I was describing earlier. Now, the Webbot seems to think that, you know, if there are aliens on board, it was in desperation. It's a desperation move to pack yourselves onto a ship and all your future generations and head all the way here from Sagittarius B, taking thousands of years to get here, you know. That's a major, and still trying to make it alive. That's a low probability risk for any species that can't bend time and space like the gray aliens can that we're so familiar with. So the likelihood of a group of aliens having boarded a craft out of desperation and headed for the nearest place they could find, which would be the Earth, and still being alive when they get here is very small. The probability of their craft being piloted by artificial intelligence of some kind, the way that we understand it, is high. It could be that you end up with a craft that's artificially intelligent enough to fly even dead aliens to where their destination's supposed to be. So that's kind of what it's articulating at the moment. That won't keep the powers that be here on the planet from using that as a way of trying to keep control from during an imploding of the system. And that's kind of what we're headed for, guys. So get ready, get your surfboards up, get your cosmic surfboards out, get out your bar of sex wax. We're going to wax up the boards and we're going to hit this cosmic wave and we're going to surf this cosmic wave all the way into the shore. What do they say on Point Break? You hit 100-foot wave, you can't just call a timeout and stroll into the beach. And that's kind of where we're at. So we're on the wave. We're going to have to surf this baby all the way in. So join me on the ride. I'll be back with you next week, Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Central. Stay tuned for the Vixen's Vault and the lovely Nancy Planeta next.
Great job, Jack.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't, hopefully she's back and we'll get everything going.
Cool. Sounds good. I'll go see what's going on. If I can join you guys, I will do so.
All right, appreciate it. I'm going to jump over to there here in just a minute. And if you hang up, that's fine too.
All right. Sounds good. I will see you over there, hopefully.
All right.
All right.
Let me get this up and out. And, well, up and out, I mean over to Nance. All right. Talk to you in a little bit there, Jack. All right. Bye. All right. Time for the Vixen's Vault coming right up. Let me get them all set up and in the slot. Vicky, Willie.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Is everything good?
Yeah, I may have to pop off, but if I do, it should only be temporary. And Ralphie should be joining here soon.
Okay. And I'm trying to get Willie in. Willie, you here?
Hi, man. How's doggone? How y'all doing tonight?
I mean, James. This
oh, hey, what's
OBS
going on?
stuff. There we go. And
Right.
let me. Well, that's the Teams part. Now let me get the OBS fixed so that everybody can see what's going on.
I didn't know y'all was going to have Mark Edworthy in here.
Yeah.
Mark Edworthy, he used to be my hero, man.
He used to be your hero.
Used to be. Okay.
Yeah, man, over on Mines.
Oh my gosh. For some reason, Elton John's song, I would have liked to know you, but I was just a kid. See that, Mark? Your candle burned out long before.
How you doing, Mark?
Where's
Roger.
Vicky at? Is
I
Vicky
don't
coming
know.
in?
She said she was.
I'll ring her again. Hold on. Let me get Jason up in here too. Jason.
He just said that Mark Edworthy was his hero.
There's Vicky.
Huh?
Where's that Jason Quigley guy at?
Hi. Did you guys hear me?
Roger, over and out.
Did you
I can hear you, Roger. You're doing
Yeah.
that soft, subtle.
did
I
Will
want to be section work.
Oh my God! You should have heard him last
did Willie
night
just
over
say
with Jaffe.
did Willie just say that Mark Edworthy used to be his hero? That's all I want to know.
He did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
over on
Used
Mines.
to be.
Oh,
Used to be.
that's
Well, I don't get on Mines too much anymore, so
neither does Mark.
Mines has gone downhill.
Mark's usually hanging out with me and Tan over on Element, so we stuck with Elements after Mines dropped the chat over there. So
They still use mines quite often. But yeah, I look at it at least once a day.
Used to be anytime you had a problem, Mark was the go-to guy.
yep.
Oh no,
Nope.
that guy.
Nobody believes me when I say that everybody used to call him Tron.
Yeah.
He was.
All
Yeah.
right. 30 seconds, Nancy.
Sorry, dude. I wasn't there. It had me popped out.
Kill that fan.
I'm like,
please.
Hands full. We got a bunch of people in the chats loving it tonight, and coming up on your countdown, rolling real quick. Great
James, what's your last
conspiracy,
name?
Roger, and everybody out there that's restreaming, like MC, appreciate it. And DK too. DK's also. Here's your countdown: 3, 2, 1, and you are live right now.
Welcome, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date, September the 17th, 2025. It is 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. How are all y'all work owls doing right about now? Everybody's probably a little tired. It's been a weird, semi-stressful, kind of confusing week, kind of normal. But I'd like to welcome everybody to the show. As you guys know, on the Vixen's Vault, it's not just my voice you hear. There are usually panelists, multiple panelists every Wednesday evening. And generally, we've kind of become like a little family. But tonight, we're welcoming a new person in. And, I know your name is James. I know we call you Willie Lee because James is like the master of vocal impression. He's quite the character. But we met.
I don't know about all that, but it's great to be here.
I am really, really excited to have you because I know we were on another show the other night, and we both
I don't know
seem
about
to
all that, but it's great to
be
be
in the
here.
same mindset in some ways. I mean, I can't say in everything, but definitely in some ways we were in the same mindset. And I just kind of felt like I needed to give you a voice. And I said it to Mark. I need to give him a voice because he's smart. He backs himself up. He's got, the intelligence. He's got the voice for it in the radio. And you know what? He needs to talk. I can tell. And on our show, we may not agree. In fact, guys, do we agree all the time on this show?
No.
What? Is anybody going to say anything?
No.
We don't.
No.
Nope.
No.
Nope. We bang heads on this show sometimes, but we still love each other. And
We're
we
too
still
afraid. We're too
We're
afraid.
still, who are you afraid of?
You.
I was going to say, if you say me, Roger, I'm
Satan.
fireball from
She
here.
Oh, Raffy's in.
she gets
We
mean.
lost Jason, Mark.
She threatens.
Jason's
She threatens to beat us if we speak inappropriately.
Oh, yeah. Or I threatened to take away your baby oil. I know,
Well,
it's
the
horrible.
baby oil thing was the yeah. But then,
I know. It's just
like,
terrible.
come on, dude, seriously.
All right, so
Astroglide is the new.
Astride. Oh God.
I
Okay.
didn't even know what that
Moving
was.
on, Roger. Moving on. All right, so tonight we have Jason / Willie Lee with us. We have Dave Campione who's with
Hey,
us.
how are you all doing?
Dave is my timekeeper. He is the
Oh, yeah.
master gatekeeper of the clock. Because
No,
I
I'm
tend
Mark's
to
executive assistant producer.
Oh yes, that's right. We gave you that's
Time
right, you
management.
did get
Yeah,
ordained.
and
Time
quality
management.
assurance for time management as well.
See, it took you longer to get ordained with that title than it does a priest to actually get ordained as a priest.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna say that.
Well, Mark just figured I wasn't playing with little boys. That's why.
Oh, ow. Okay, moving on. I've got Mr. Mark Edworthy with us this evening from over the big pond, and he's
Yeah.
actually you're looking quite chipper this evening,
Thank
like you're
you.
awake.
Thank you. I've just I
Hey,
decided
there's
to.
Jason.
I
Hey,
decided
what's
to get up
happening, everybody?
early. Oh, I decided to get a couple hours sleep. Just
Nancy's
before
introducing
started,
everybody.
I've just sort of woken up within the last hour. So yeah,
You know,
first
I'm
coffee.
just going to make the point that poor Mark, every time Mark Edworthy tries to talk, something else is happening on the show at the same time. Every time Mark Edworthy tries to talk, poor Mark. We love him though. We love him.
Sorry, Mark.
That's okay. We also have Mr. Rafael Martinez. He's with us. Rafi, are you muted or are you here?
No, I can hear you. Hi, hello
Okay.
everybody.
Hey, Mark. Hey, Raph. How you doing?
Now,
Hey,
Ralphie is our resident. If you want to know anything about government, the runs, that's Ralphie. I mean, when it comes to Bitcoin and oh Lord, the man is my fountain of knowledge on multiple things because he's been there, he's done that. And so I like to refer to him on some of the more, I guess you could say, when I need real hard statistics. Yep, Ralphie's the one I turn to. Roger Hanson, always in the background, but never in the background. Satan himself. Welcome, Roger, as always, every week. And put baby oil down. Look at him. He's not even unmuting. There he what? Oh, he's waving. He's waving. Oh my Lord. I'm at it.
Got his hand up for a comment.
Yeah.
Wants to be recognized.
Vicky Vass. Vicky Vass. And every time I say that, your name, Vicky, I have to tell you, I think of Batman. I'm stuck in Batmanville. Vicky Vass. Vicky Vass.
Are you thinking Vicky Vale?
Yes, I am. But
Yes.
I keep saying your name sounds better. Vicky Vass. All right. Tonight, I think Vicky's going to, I know I've been waiting for weeks now because last week was kind of tumultuous, slightly. Slightly, and still is kind of slightly tumultuous.
We're still rocking.
I want to give Vicky some time tonight. Vicky is like my resident theologist, and you are. Stop it. Nobody can. Okay. Well,
I do not have the grit.
It's still theology.
This is
but
true.
this is true. But she's when it comes to things, all things biblical. Vicky is the person I turn to on that. Now we may not agree. I'm going to add that little tidbit to the end of my comment. We may not agree,
but we love each other.
You love each other, and we respect each other. So it's a very interesting dynamic when we start talking religion. But Vicky is going to give us some history lessons tonight and how it all kind of works in to what's happening currently in some ways and how we trace things back. Because there's a lot right now. You know, when they say history repeats itself, it really does. And if you don't know it, you're not going to see it. But when you do see it, you can't unsee it. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things. Jason Quigley, Mr. Ground Zero, is with us this evening. Jason, I haven't really talked to you since you were there. I tried to talk to you Sunday night, but we couldn't hear you. You're on mute.
Oopsie. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, no, my head hit pillow Sunday and that was it.
So I do want to touch base with you and see how everything went. I know you were saying that they had shut more things down again.
Yeah, just like I predicted. They did everything and then some.
You know, it's like a pattern. You would think that they would, realize that people see that pattern, but hey, who knows? Okay, so folks, you have been introduced to my panel this evening for the Vixen's Vault. And when we get into this tonight, I do want to segue with, again, heartfelt condolences to the widow of Charlie Kirk, his family, his children, everybody, because this is still a hot mess with that case. And I know they're pushing the scenario where they said now they've expanded their basic, I'm not going to say warrants because I don't think it is warrants, but they are going after quite a few. They have quite a large list of people on Discord that they are wanting to talk to. And I find it interesting because, again, guys, I'm not, I'm sorry. What idiot? I mean, literally, and they released the shooter's text messages today between his furry, whatever that is, fluffy, what is it, furry? What do they call them? Furries, fluffies? I don't even know anymore. I give up. But, I mean, they released the text messaging, and I have to say I was laughing because I didn't post them. I'm trying really hard just to kind of post, like, memorial type things for him, although I did I did do a posting the other day that kind of, I don't know, may have left a paper trail to Israel just a little bit, but I can't help it. Like I said, I'm going to show all sides of everything. I can sit there and say, yeah, it could have really been the tranny community. It could have been Antifa. It could have been many things. But if I'm going to look at who is acting the most suspicious right now, number one, I'm going to have to give the nod to Bibi Netanyahu, who responded to this shooting before our own president did. No joke. Bibi Netanyahu had a statement out about Charlie Kirk before Donald Trump did. That's just.
No way. Did he really? I didn't see that.
Look it up. Look
Oh
it
my
up.
God. I got to check it out. This is amazing.
It's just one of those things where you go blink, blink, blink. Really? Did you really just do that? But, and then again, it was again, the hard push of why is everybody blaming Israel? And he was doing that before anybody was really publicly blaming Israel. Going to put that out there too. And then, of course, we know Candace Owens, Vice President Vance, and Tucker Carlson, I believe, all kind of put their shots in there. And I don't think anybody said it directly. Candace may have. But I know Vice President Vance just made mention because he hosted Charlie's show, one of Charlie's shows. I believe was it Turning Point? Yeah, it was. Or was it Charlie Kirk show? I don't know. There's several of them, but I know he hosted one of them this week. And he, of course, the whole thing is a tribute to Charlie, but he did say that Charlie was in fear of Israeli donors because he had started to question certain things and he refused to support certain things. And he was definitely questioning AIPAC, their influence on American government, the fact that they are not required to register as foreign agent, yet everything they influence is to help Israel. I do know that I'm kind of very interested with the way things are gelling right now because you have the president getting ready to declare Antifa a terrorist organization because of their said involvement in this and other things. He should have declared them terrorists like 10 years ago. They've been burning like Oregon and Seattle for, I don't know, almost a decade now. And, like federal courthouses and stuff, they're actually destroying federal buildings and they still have not been declared a terrorist organization. Don't know how that works either, but I really do. But I find that very interesting because when you go after a group like Antifa, you have to look where Antifa is getting their funds from. And this is why I say, folks, this is a very interesting trail of breadcrumbs, and I don't know if it's going to end well for certain places in the Middle East, because if you trace Antifa, you're going to go back to George Soros. If you get to George Soros, you're going to eventually end up going back to Israel because they're all connected financially. And that's not a good thing. I will say that. But I do find it interesting. Like I said, Trump, he's been playing it really close to the hip in a lot of ways. And I laugh at him because, I was saying to Raphael the other day, it's like, listen, when Trump says something on a public scale, when he gets out in front of the public, about 80% of the time since he took office, this second presidency, he literally says the exact opposite of what he means. Like he'll say something in public and then is not doing it. I mean, like with Russia, everybody's saying, how he's, he needs to do this and he needs to do that. And he's telling Zelensky, yeah, don't worry. We'll send you some weapons. We'll do this. We'll do that. And then he doesn't do it. And then those two pop off each other, Russia and Ukraine. And I'm sorry?
Actually, I've got 2 points on that one. As far as the Charlie Kirk issue is concerned, I'm in the mindset of I don't know if victim is the right word. The shooter being, dare I say, a victim of the sort of long march through the institutions point, academia being the rogue sort of academia issue concept. And I think I saw something yesterday suggesting that the Israel thing is to say red herring. But I'm keeping an open mind on that. on the point of what Trump's saying, sure, he may be saying something in public, but who knows what those diplomats are doing in the background?
Well, that's what I find interesting with him, because it's like, I said, it's like this giant game going on, and I said to somebody the other day, it's like they're playing push the mole out. That's kind of what it looks like to me. Like they're trying to rout out people within his own administration that they know are wrongdoers, and they're trying to prove it. I mean, even when you were saying education, you think the shooter was a victim of education and the indoctrination that we have here in the States in our education system, which, by the way, has been going on for at least 20 years. But
in the UK, in Europe, in all westernized countries.
I'll agree with you on that. But I'll also point out that in 2023, Charlie Kirk, on his very own show, the Charlie Kirk Show, literally called Israel out for Israel and very wealthy Jews for basically funding and financing the education system and that far left agenda. He specified it. So there again, you're doing a little do-si-do in a circle, because if that, like I said,
I don't know if it's so much a circle. I was just going to say he was more of a Zionist towards the end.
I don't think, no, because Charlie's real fear came into play when he turned Bibi Netanyahu down in, I think it was April, because Bibi had come in and he wanted to make a huge endowment to Turning Point, a really huge endowment. And Charlie Kirk said, absolutely not. Nope, won't take it. And after that, you started seeing, like, he asked about AIPAC. He went on Tucker Carlson and he literally kind of said, AIPAC is wrong. It should not know. This is wrong. He was asking about the children in Gaza that are dying. He was asking about the rate of basically the rate of death over there, and the fact that almost 60%.
How long ago was that? In the last year?
It was over the last summer. It's been since April. Yeah, he was really starting to speak out. And then towards the beginning of August, you can find some different X posts where people who had interviewed him. And it's funny because
I
one
was
of them
going to say, I'll have to check out his stuff with the fella from Fox there that used to be on Fox.
Tucker. That's Tucker Carlson.
Tucker, right. I don't know. I was having a brain fart. Couldn't think of his name. Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
But there was a dent in the shield, we'll put it that way. He was starting to question the narrative as to what was going on. Not question his love for Israel or the Israeli people, but he was starting to question the government. And I think that's what all of us do. There's no hatred here for Israeli people or Jews in any sense. There is an anger because we're being told that certain things are acceptable by only one country in the world. And everybody else has to follow the rules that country set up after World War II. I say that all the time. They break between the Geneva Convention. I can name out a few. Israel has overstepped. I can't tell you how many times now. And nobody calls them to the floor to it. And if they do get called to the floor, they say, well, look what happened to us in World War II. You're being anti-Semitic. No, I'm just pointing out that everybody else has to follow these rules. And you're not. And you're blatantly breaking them. You're not just tiptoeing over that line. You're like smashing people over the head with it. So it's questionable. Let's just put it that way. And then
they've got something like 197 UN resolution breaches, and the second is Russia with like I don't know, half that or something like this.
Well, and did you see? I think it was Sunday. Bibi did a press conference, and he had a bunch of American delegates over in Israel, and he was basically, it was a schmooze and booze, like a tech type of thing, and he was basically he starts it off with telling them how Israel has all of America's intelligence, and they share all of their intelligence with America, and he emphasized it in such a way where I was like, really? And then he says, and by the way, he holds up a phone. He goes, you see these? We make these. And I'm sitting there going, oh, that was a veiled threat that was not really well veiled. It just really wasn't, because it was within hours of that J.D. Vance did his hosting of Charlie's show and mentioned that Charlie was in fear, big time. I mean, But even Rafi will tell you when one of the first things we talked about was, the fact that Charlie Kirk was wearing a bulletproof vest. You don't go.
Well, there was 2 or 3 people that said something big is going to happen tomorrow on their X, whatever you want to call it, Twitter. One guy said, "I literally hope they, whatever, blast him away." And the guy said, "Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow."
Well, I mean,
I don't know if you heard about that.
oh no, we did, because those people are actually being scooped up. And I will say, I was laughing to see that the idiots, that the decoys in the crowd that got arrested, said, "Oh, I did it. I'm the shooter." Yeah, they're getting charged. I was like, thank God, because come on, it's a coordinated thing. And like I said, Ruffy, I mean, you agreed with me on the bulletproof vest. You agree with me that there's a lot wrong with how everything. In fact, one of the things we talked about was, I was saying to him, you didn't see any. There was no press conference at the hospital. I was like, when in the history of anything in this country, since the press came into being, when somebody got even injured that was of notable, a notable person, even got hurt, you had a press conference at the hospital. Charlie Kirk was
there were
executed.
plenty of things to question.
Yeah.
There were plenty of things to question. I mean, it's just not only during the event, but even after the event, which is, even more compelling.
Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of question marks, and it's almost, I keep, in fact, when it first happened, I looked at Raphael and I said, it reminds me of JFK. It was one of the first things that came out of my mouth. This reminds me of the JFK assassination. Just the way that it's just, things are not adding up correctly. It's just, and this was, I mean, before Charlie had been pronounced, although he was dead before his head hit his chest. But I mean, literally, there was just so many things that kind of triggered me a little bit. And then I found out that the shooter was supposed to be staged on top of the library. And I was like, really? Those are my words.
Well,
literally, I was like, really?
The other thing that I found odd about that is that he doesn't even go to that school. So how did he know where to set up? You don't just travel to a distant university and know what the layout is and figure out where you're going to set up. I don't know.
No,
Yeah,
I
they had
agree.
footage of the guy running back and forth, just like Butler, Pennsylvania. They had footage of the guy running back and forth. In this case, they had footage of the guy actually climbing down and hanging and dropping from the ceiling there.
Yep. I saw it from the roof. Yeah, off the rooftop. I'm surprised he didn't break a leg or his ankle.
He looked trained to me. He looked very trained to do that type of thing. I mean, in my opinion.
But again, he's the son of a law enforcement officer. So you have no idea what that may have. Yeah, he's the son of, I think it was a 28-year sheriff.
Yeah, he's a deputy sheriff in St. George, Utah, whatever county that is down there in southern Utah. Yeah.
The thing about it, though, is just because the father's the cop doesn't mean that the child followed down the same path. It's kind of like preacher's kids. Sometimes they diverge from their parents because of maybe their upbringing, or maybe they just didn't want to listen to them because they were too authoritarian, and they're on that side, and then on the other side they're listening to all their friends and their liberal friends talking smack about the fascists, blah blah blah. There's no telling where he leaned. I think he leaned more left than he did right.
There's still a lot of unknowns with this entire thing. There's at least 3 videos out there with 3 different shooters. There's one guy in a white shirt, one guy in a brown shirt, and then there's what was his name? William Zinn, something Zinn, I forget. But apparently he's some sort of a crisis actor that has been on scene at least 2 other different major events. And the thing of it is, what happened with this Tyler Robinson is they're going to find out that he's more and more closely affiliated with Nick Fuentes, who is in charge of this Groypers organization. And the Groypers, all they are is an alt-right, what's the word I'm looking for? Another alt-right group. They're like
militia.
MAGA. Well, they're against the MAGA, but they're still conservatives. So you can look that up.
Is he
The
in
entire
charge of them, or
bulletin.
is he just associated, or are they
No, he's in
following him?
charge. He's
No,
in
he-
charge. Hang on, guys. Hold. I got to take us
Okay,
out to our
good. Yeah,
first
Go
break.
ahead.
Hang in there, folks. We shall return with this train of thought on the Vixen's Vault.
Missed it.
And we're on radio break.
Oh God.
I think I got it. It was just turned to 25 when I was
Yeah,
like,
you
stop.
did. You did. Yeah, I guess I won't be getting paid this week, Mark.
Hey, I
There's
still
two more
want my
breaks to go.
I still want my $4.33. But y'all can look it up. The Groypers
You better-
movement emerged as a far right political movement in 2019. It was created by Nick Fuentes, and more and more you're going to find out that he's closely associated to that group. I believe. You
really,
can
I would be very careful about throwing the term far right or alternative right, because that is overly used, misused.
Yeah, it is.
Mainstream these
Well,
days.
Well, they said that they say that they're grounded in traditional Christian values, characterizing themselves as American nationalists. So there's that.
Yeah.
But he's
Well,
not
the thing
saying
about it,
Roger,
though, is
why
I
do you
know
have your hand up, buddy?
So he
thing
was trying to
about
get Nancy's attention
Oh,
half hour ago.
she's a married woman. Ralph's gonna kick your ass.
And as far as Nick Fuentes goes, I've listened to some of the stuff he said, and he's not wrong on a lot of it. I don't,
Oh, I agree.
I
He's
listen,
not wrong
I
on a
listen to
lot
all
of it.
sides of the conversation, so I can figure out
Right.
what where the truth is. Because if you learn anything in law enforcement, even if you go to domestic violence call, you're never going to get the full truth from either party or any party. Typically, the truth is somewhere in the middle, and you just got to piece it all together. And like I said, it's not that Nick Fuentes is just pulling stuff out of his keister. He's actually citing things that are verifiable. And does it mean that he's a likable guy? Absolutely not. But he is on board with my mindset that just because I'm MAGA doesn't mean that I'm pro Israel and what they're doing over there. I'm literally America first. I've always said, even when I was in the government, that we need to be fixing our own damn problems before we go overseas dictating what foreign countries should be doing in theirs.
One of the biggest problems too is that according to the Bucharest Accords, that if you question anything having to do with Israel, then you're anti-Semitic.
Well, then call me anti-Semitic. It's dog whistle politics. You can't hold your own in a debate based on pure facts and logic. So you use tropes like anti-Semitic, or if the other side uses fascist or whatever, and you get nowhere, because you can't have a frank discussion about anything. And isn't just because I criticize my government's actions doesn't make me anti-American. It doesn't mean I'm not patriotic. It just means I hate my freaking government, because they're corrupt to the core. And I know that. I've known that for a very long time. I've known that. And I know that a lot of the stuff that's happening overseas is because of my government.
Well, it's all got to do with Hegelian dialectic, and it's got everything to do with justifying the military complex.
Absolutely. But yeah, again, just because in the same way, Jews are now having to wake up. The way I woke up, that my government, it was bunch of organized crime gangsters.
Yep.
The Jews have to wake up to Israel being a bunch of organized crime gangsters. They're doing stuff in their name that they're not on board with. You got guys like Dave Smith and
30 seconds.
Dave Smith and other Jews coming out of the woodwork, speaking against Israel. Why? Because they know the truth, and they're not on board with it.
What about the? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just it's probably too late. What about saying that there was an analogy drawn between Lee Harvey Oswald and this kid? They were about the
3,
same age.
2, 1, and you're live right now.
You know, if I could just hit rewind on my breaks, it would be awesome and just play it for the show, because that was an incredible conversation that just happened on the break. And it's need to know information, I think, that the listeners would like to know. You had Willie. In fact, can we start that all over again? Willie, do you want to start that whole conversation over again? Because that was like, it was brilliant. No joke. There's a lot of good points being made. Raphael had some good counterpoints, and Vicky was trying to make a good counterpoint. So why don't we start? We're going to hit go. So go ahead, Willie, make the point again.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just saying that there's still a lot of unknown factors. There's a lot that we don't know. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of conjecture. And when you start pointing your fingers at Israel and saying, that they're at the top of the problem, then you run into being accused of being anti-Semitic and what have you. And then you've got another alt-right group out there called the Groypers. And supposedly their leader is Dick Fuentes, and he's the leader of this group. And you're going to find that this Tyler Robinson and his cohorts are closely associated with this group by the time it's all said and done with. But as of right now, there's a lot that we don't know. I mean, I've seen at least 3 different videos with 3 different shooters.
Yeah. The FBI made multiple arrests and ended up releasing them all. It's ridiculous. I mean, and then the guy that was supposed to be the shooter actually turned himself in, or had his father turn him in. It's just that. But besides
There was the
that, though,
first guy, right, with the glass, the old guy.
yeah, he's a crisis actor
throw
for
him under the
9/11.
bus.
Yeah,
Right,
he's a crisis actor. George Zinn is his name, and he's been since arrested on some sort of
That's him.
pornography charges.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. He opened his phone, gave it to allow the law enforcement to look into it, and they found child pornography on it. So yeah, he's gonna get timed up for that.
The thing that got me is I saw allegedly Tyler Robinson's mugshots. Okay, you straight on, and then it was the left side. He had turned right, and you get the left side of the face, which is really smooth. So I went back and I looked at the first 2 images of the alleged shooter.
Yeah, it's not him.
And with a hat, a black hat, sunglasses, a black T-shirt with the American flag, and I guess it's a gun. It was so noisy. But then the second one, the other one, which was more enlarged, it was his left side. And he's got on his cheek, right, not far from his the left side of his mouth. There's 2 dots, two spots like moles or something there, or skin cancer or something. And then farther back on the jawbone, he's got a reddish lump there. And then I compared that with and I looked at the mugshot. It ain't the same guy.
It's not the same guy. I mean, you can look at the lips and look at the chin, and it's not the same guy.
Not the same man at all. So I don't. So whatever Willie said, there were 3 shooters. I only know of one. That's it. That's all I know of.
The shooter that the shooter that they got on camera, the one in black. His face is much thinner.
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
Harder edge. Like you said, the mouth and the nose, the whole area just doesn't line up. It's not like he just, overnight, he all of a sudden got a little more puffy, and he grew about a centimeter between his nose and his lips filled out, and all those things. It's just it's not consistent. It doesn't work. It doesn't. I've been looking at people, on the job for a long time, and I'm telling you, it just does not jive with me.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But
someone had said. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Vicky.
Oh, I was just saying, someone had said earlier on, it reminded you, was it you, Raphael, that said, reminded you of JFK, that assassination?
No, that was me.
Yeah, okay.
It was me.
And, right. And if you, someone had brought up on the chats that if you look at the ages of the alleged shooter and him, they're lone wolf. They're the lone wolf patsy out there, same age, kind of hung out to dry. Someone even wondered how much the father was paid to turn his son in, which I was like, oh, but stranger things have happened. So
100,000.
I'm just saying
Well,
that.
it's funny.
Go ahead.
I think the kid is I think actually the whole the whole alt left, and I know you're saying that it's going to go back to Nick Fuentes. I don't think so. I think they're going to pin it on Antifa. But it's funny because those idiots, they set themselves up to be like the perfect pat. I've never seen anybody paint themselves as a patsy better than they do. I mean, it's like, okay, this is a great idea. Let's all play this game of like, let's plan an assassination and we won't get caught. And hey, who's encouraging? That's what I'm like, it's like idiots. I mean, it's not like, when they burn down things in Seattle and Oregon, I kind of laugh because I'm like, they got away with it. Why? Because nobody wanted to arrest them. Why? Because of political agendas. But it's not like we didn't know who you were, you dingies. I mean, what do you think? Because you put paper mache over your face that the voice or the facial technology can't make out your facial structure? Of course it can. It can see right through it. You dumb. I mean, it's so stupid. It's like, they literally train these kids to take the fall.
Sorry, that's me
They're
getting
doing
Advil.
it willingly. What, hun?
No, I'm sorry, that rattling, that was me getting Advil.
She just said dingy. Don't worry about it.
Dude, and I am curbing my language right now because it's so stupid.
Dingy.
It is really so stupid.
Well, going back to what we were talking about with Nick Fuentes, I mean, I listen to all sides of the conversation. I listen to the left news outlets. I listen to the right. I listen to the fringe, whatever. And the thing about it though is, like I said on the break, even if you're working a domestic and you show up on scene and there's multiple witnesses, no one witness is gonna, or victim or suspect, their stories are not gonna jive. None of them are gonna be fully 100% accurate because everybody has a bias. But somewhere in the middle is the truth, and that's what you have to piece together. Now, as far as Nick Fuentes goes, I mean, he's not. I've listened to some of his interviews and whatnot, and yes, he goes off on Israel. And the problem is, I cannot find fault in anything that he says. It's not like he's creating facts out of thin air. It's stuff. It's verifiable stuff, and so you're left having to face the fact that the people that you thought were your friends are not your friends. They're actually your biggest enemy. It's kind of like the friend that puts his arm around around your shoulder, but he's sitting, then he pulls out a dagger and starts stabbing you in the back. That's how I think of Israel, and and before anybody says that makes me anti-Semitic, I counter that by saying that's some BS bull. That's dog whistle politics meant to shut down the conversation. In the same way that they say anti-Semitic, the left says fascist, the right says liberal, whatever. They whatever trope that they can come up with to shut down the conversation because they cannot hold their own in a logical debate. That's what that.
Well, I think
that's
you're.
what that is.
I think you're a racist. How's that?
You know what? We all are. We all are. You know what?
It's no secret that
isn't that what they always say to shut you down? Is you're a
that they
racist.
run American politics, or at least through AIPAC, certainly influence it hardcore. I mean, they brag about it. They talk about it. I've got plenty of MP4s of them speaking about it and bragging about it.
Absolutely. And the thing about it, though, is that, there's guys like Dave Smith, the comedian, and a bunch of other Jews coming out of the woodwork speaking against Israel. It doesn't mean that they're anti-Semitic. They are Jewish. It's just what they've come to realize is that Israel is doing things in their name that they're not on board with. Just like I'm not on board with things that my government's been doing for the last, Jesus, 100 years, 200 years, since at
I
least the
hear you,
first
sir.
one.
You talk about being anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic, that has to do with languages, including Arabic languages.
Exactly.
You
That's
know,
it. Anybody from the region.
Everybody
yeah,
keeps
Right.
trying to
Anybody
make
else's language
really
from
has
that
to
region.
do with
everybody keeps
Has
trying to
do
make
with
us
being from the line of Shem.
everybody makes it biological, like these people are born, and that's total nonsense. It's all language, like Willie said. It's a language. It goes back to the Sumerians. They had the Sumerian languages, which was very complicated, and then the Semitic language came along and replaced it because it was easier to use. And that's all it ever was. It was a language. You can't take a
which is
DNA
Hebrew,
test.
Hebrew, Arabic, and what
Wasn't
was
there
the other
also
one?
this,
African,
Roger?
African,
Jordan Maxwell
Aramaic.
said this.
African.
That there's the Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and that
That's
it's actually
religious.
the people from the line of Shem are the brown skinned Arab folks, so they're the actual Semites. The people that they call the Jewish folk are from the line of Japheth. So if anything, you could say you're anti-Japhethic. You might say that, but you wouldn't say you're anti-Semitic. And Ham is
Well,
the third.
You have to go to
you know,
Abraham. Who
the
Abraham came from.
again, the anti-Semitism trope is a non-starter anymore. People have already
Yeah.
woken up to that shit. The reality is that we and going back to Nick Fuentes, he is not wrong. The government has done us dirty. They have not fixed anything. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our economy's a mess. We're in debt to our eyeballs, and we're blowing the people up by the millions. For who? For who?
Israel.
Iraq and Afghanistan. Who does that surround?
Israel.
Who's on the list of 7 countries in 5 years that General Wesley Clark told us that they were targeting?
I love me and Mark show more than I do freaking a lot of the politics, because me and him get down to the text of this whole thing. You guys don't even look at it like this. This is turned, like, we are a constitutional government, okay? We are not a nationalist government. And when a nationalist government turns into an ethno-nationalist government, all they do is focus on freaking ethnic groups. And that's the reason why I didn't like Biden, was because it was all about ethnic groups, and it was all about freaking gender identification. And then Trump gets into office, and guess what Mr. Trump does? He does the same damn thing. Okay.
Wasn't this all in Albert Pike's letter to just Mazzini about what you just said, taking the nation and breaking it up into ethno cliques, ethno religions, unleashing the nihilists, etc.
Mhm.
That's right.
That's exactly
That's right.
it.
And now, the thing about it though is, we the American people need to focus on our problems first. And that's where I do agree with Nick Fuentes. I am America first. I want to fix our problems first before we go overseas telling people how they need to live their lives. We haven't even figured out our own problems. We're 250 years old, and we haven't even figured out our own problems. If anything,
Let's
we're
go
at the
back
end
to
of
the
empire.
Monroe Doctrine.
Well, yeah, if you can't be
The
loyal to your
Monroe
own
Doctrine
country,
that said if you
you'd be
come
loyal
over
to who?
here,
Well,
The
let's talk about the Monroe Doctrine, because it's coming into play with Venezuela. In order to, the reality is, if drug trafficking were a justification to invade another country, we would be so far into Mexico. The United States would be right on Scheinbaugh's doorstep already. If that was legal justification. But no, we're at the Venezuela. Why? Because since the first time Trump was in office, he's been saying he wants their oil. And why is that? Because if you go into foreign policy publications, they say that is the largest proven oil reserve, and that they know that they can secure the Gulf of Mexico and that supply line to feed oil to the U.S. war machine indefinitely, versus trying to secure a supply route from, say, Saudi Arabia or any other routes going through Pacific or Atlantic. So
I wonder
they
what made
want
them
that.
wait till now to think of that.
And no, this has been going on for a while. But the alarm, the rush towards invading Venezuela started because China is now drilling in Venezuela. They just set up a multi-billion-dollar
and that's
oil
where
platform.
that's where the Monroe Doctrine comes into play. Anybody from Russia, China, Europe, or whatever, they have no business in the Western Hemisphere. Russia started that in Cuba. They've got basically a military base set up in Cuba right now where their ships are anchored.
Listen, I don't disagree about having military keeping foreign militaries out of the Western Hemisphere. That's not even a. I think that's a non-starter argument. But the reality is, if we do believe in national sovereignty, if we do believe in national sovereignty and self-determination, and we can't get along with Venezuela because they won't just roll over for us, well, then that's our problem. They're basically, it's like we don't agree with communism, but at the same time, if they're going to treat us like we treat them, and communism typically doesn't last if the people that they're doing trade with have it better than they do. At some point, they change their own system. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You have
Well,
to
yeah.
understand too that all of these are CIA assets. What was Muhammad al-Gaddafi? He was a CIA asset. So was Saddam Hussein. So was Manuel Noriega, and
So was Osama bin
Maduro.
Laden.
Osama
Yep.
bin Laden was also a CIA operative.
Castro.
But
Well, you know
remember a lot of this
Daniel
compared to
Ortega too.
remember a
the
lot of this
party
compared to the Cold War, and we were in the rest of all of our countries were in a different situation back then. We were using these individuals as to gain proxy wars to stop the Soviets from invading, if that's the right word, our institutions, our countries.
Well, in
Yeah, like
US,
the
I mean,
Mujahideen in Afghanistan.
exactly.
And all of these terrorist organizations, they're all funded by the same people. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and make a bunch of accusations and say a bunch of stuff I can't prove. But from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, seriously, you've got all of these terrorist groups out there, whether it be the Mujahideen, whether it be Hezbollah, Al Qaeda, or you name one. They're all basically the same people, funded by the same people, and it's all to justify the military complex is what it boils down to. Whether it be
Yes.
the Taliban or
funded.
ISIS or call them what you want.
Endless wars.
Okay.
And also keep in mind too, Serbia. Serbia is a big one. Look at, you guys are talking about Israel. Let's look at South Africa as well. Let's look at all these ethno-national governments who think it's okay to use genocide as a way of taking care of their problems. Like, national sovereignty, they don't even go together. Like, sovereignty is us, we the people here in the United States. That's what the sovereignty of the United States is. Nationalist is something that has hijacked our country, and it's created this mess that we have right now because freaking everybody wants to fall on board of being a nationalist. If you are calling yourself a nationalist, you are not calling yourself a constitutionalist because they go against each other. I believe in the Constitution of the United States. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a freaking nationalist because nationalists don't believe in the Constitution either.
Right, you can't be a state citizen and a nationalist at the same time. Right, I dig it.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Constitution of the United States is firm and it is codified. This is the only Constitution that I know of that has been around that is codified for this long. Now, I know Ukraine has a codified constitution, but I have found very little countries that actually do have a constitution like ours. And that's what they're trying to take away from us. And they're
how many of our politicians are self-proclaimed socialist and communist? I mean, how many of our Congress people in the Senate or whatever that have dual citizenship with Israel? You know, that's an issue.
It is.
Yeah.
Roger, you just reminded me of our personal joke about France and their
Oh, yeah.
constitutions.
France. Horrible.
I'm thinking on the lines of what we're seeing in Europe at the moment. The watering down of culture, or not cultures, but the watering down of national identities for the purpose of immigration, may that be legal or illegal. And I think you're looking at this from solely a very limited US-centric viewpoint. The sort of increase in immigration, migration, is an issue throughout the Western world,
All
or
of the
throughout the
world.
world.
Yeah.
It's not just a US-specific problem.
They're saying the same stuff in New Zealand right now.
Well,
And Japan's having an interest in, if you've been watching what's been happening in Japan recently, that's been extremely interesting.
well,
point.
I mean, I think Nancy hit something on a nail on the head that a couple days ago that stuck with me, and it basically that who funded the mass migration of Muslims to Europe,
Yep.
right? And who created the conditions that created the mass migration, and then funded it? It's Israel. Matter of fact, they're trying to get the Palestinians to move to the United States, and now, fast forward, what did Netanyahu just say? If you don't deal with your terrorists, we will. So that means they're basically giving themselves carte blanche to invade any country to deal with quote unquote terrorists. They're terrorists, whoever they deem terrorists. At what
Whoever
point
they
do
say
they
is a
have enough?
terrorist, right?
That won't
Yeah.
work.
At
That
what
won't
point do they feel that they're feeling their oats so much that they hit somebody in the United States?
Here's my
Mhm.
question, and this could be in the US or wherever. What happens when over 50%, just 51% of our population is deemed terrorists? Then what? Because it's
Well,
over
that's it.
almost.
But it
Well,
already
the
happened.
NDAA of
Jason.
2012 authorized the indefinite detention and assassination of U.S.
We already-
citizens
But
anywhere.
guys, we already went down this path. Okay,
Right.
January 6th proved to us that 50% of the population can be declared pretty much. In fact, parents can be declared terrorists if they don't agree with the schools. So, I mean, you literally had an NDAA was in full force with J6 because a lot of those people that were arrested spent 3 to 4 years in jail cells in Washington with no charges.
It really makes me sick because there's already rules on the books against all these other laws that they're also trying to deem as terrorists, especially because terrorists aren't terrorists as we were taught, as since 9/11 and before. That was always the issue.
That's it. One man's
even-
terrorist is another man's freedom fighter.
Yeah,
True.
I mean, it's what I had said actually. What Rafi's referring to. I'm going to finish it up real quick and then take us out onto break. But what Rafi was referring to is I was drawing a line for people. I was drawing them a map and saying, all of these things that we're experiencing right now around the world, you can get it back to one source. And basically, I was saying the world banks are funding all of these things, and who owns the world banks? That's the question you need to ask.
All roads lead to
Because-
Israel.
We're not allowed to know. We're not allowed to know.
It's
who
actually simple.
and
Who actually took over the coal and steel and after World War II in Europe? You guys need to be looking at the EU and stop blaming all these other small countries. The EU has a lot of power and a lot of influence.
Oh, absolutely.
I did say though, why is the EU making laws
Right.
that is basically they're imprisoning their own citizens to defend immigrants, and some of whom are extremists. I mean, you come up against an extremist immigrant in a European nation right now, and they punch you in the face, and you punch them back, you're the one going to jail in all likeliness. You say, knock it off. You say anything that even could slightly make them turn their head, you are now going to jail for a hate crime because you've mentioned something that could refer to their racism, their race. I mean, Europe's a hot mess. And they were trying to get us there here. They're really actually they kind of did because you can't say anything. You couldn't say anything to trannies. You couldn't. There were certain groups that you could not speak about in this country. But with that, guys, I'm taking us out on our long break of the evening. Hang in there. We'll be back in about 7 to 10 minutes with more of the Vixen's Vault.
All right, we got about a minute and a half of this call.
You guys have a Spark 369 who says hello on YouTube.
I am going to bring us right back into this room once again, since it works.
Mark Edworthy.
We were talking earlier. I didn't even mention that for everybody to go look up the actual definition of the word Aryan.
Oh, yeah. That's something I wanted to bring up too.
John asked me. I kind of slipped, Willie, James, that you were coming in on Nancy's show tonight. And he's like, "Do you want me to come in and talk about Israel?" I'm like, "No." We don't want to hurt your feelings anymore. I told him just like that. No, we don't want to hurt your feelings any more than you did the other night. I don't want you, leaving with your tail talk.
His head would explode.
That, but he did get his feelings hurt.
I felt terrible though, Jason. James, I really, Mark will tell you.
I felt bad, but
no, I mean,
history is history. You gotta.
Yep. The thing about it is there are certain questions that you're not supposed to ask. Apparently, you're not supposed to
ask any whatsoever.
Anyways,
we're
gonna get cut off. Let's, James, I'm gonna bring it back on the next one. All right, hold on. Give me a minute to call you all right back before we get cut.
Okay.
So you want us to hang up? Okay, so give us a second and we will have this all set up and ready to go. It just takes him a quick second now. He's gotten a little bit better with the calling and stuff, so I actually have got to, well, I thought for sure I had Dance Vixens. Forgot to change the transition over on the video stream. Sorry about that, guys.
Are we missing anybody?
Yes, we're missing Ralphie. We're missing.
Raph was.
He's coming now.
Still.
He's coming now.
On.
There he is. There he is.
Yeah. I'm trying to get David back.
When you mentioned the Aryan thing, Nancy, me and Mark were actually talking about that on our show, and all of the stuff that we've been discussing. I honestly think that in World War II, the whole Aryan thing that Hitler was using was just propaganda. Because if you look at
I think it was an insult.
Well, if you look at his narrative, though, he was actually thinking more of the German people more than the entire Aryan population.
Exactly. Because the Aryans
and look at Hitler. He didn't look anything like an Aryan. The Aryans were supposed to be tall, blonde hair, blue-eyed.
No, they're not. The actual etymology, the word Aryan. Okay, they were Indo-Iranian.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. You can
Iran.
If you actually, it was Indo-Iranian, India and Iran, and actually that whole area, Ukraine, India, Iran, Turkey, and Romania were all considered to be Aryan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's interesting because that area was actually the area of the Ashkenazis in the Khazarian Mafia.
The Khazarian Mafia.
Yeah, if you really want to get down to the nitty gritty of it, that's what the Jews of Europe were actually Khazarians from the Khazarian Mafia, and they were Ashkenazis. And basically, originally, they were a Turkic nomadic tribe. And that's
Right around
where
like the
those
Caucasus, right?
exactly, that's where those Jews of Europe actually came from, and they're self-proclaimed Jews. And that's the point I was trying to make at one point in time. When you start, talking like that, then all of a sudden you're anti-Semitic and
Oh,
you don't know what the
anarchism.
heck you're talking about. And the fact of the matter is there were supposed to be originally 12 tribes of Israel. Of the 12 tribes of Israel, 3 of them turned into, it was the tribe of Judah, the tribe of Levi, and the tribe of Benjamin. And those turned out to be, the original Jews who actually went down into Africa. And I'm not even stating all of this as fact. I'm stating this as a question because it's my understanding of the way things are. But so you've got the Jews outside of those 3 tribes that turned into the original Jews. You had 9 other tribes of Israel. When you start
Then you
talking
had the
about
tribe of
Israel,
Joseph that was split, right? So 13, if you want to look at it that way.
okay, no, well, the
But
13th
sometimes they
tribe would
forget
be
Dan.
the well,
Right.
the tribe of Dan, according to the diaspora of the tribes of Israel, they went up into what is currently known as Denmark. So these people spread throughout the world. Now, Israel, you will be blessed. And that's what entitles Israel to this territory. The fact of the matter is that entire territory of Israel, what used to be Israel, that encompasses parts of Iraq, it encompasses Syria, it encompasses Jordan,
Yep.
all the way down into
Parts of
Which is,
Egypt. That was that
yep.
entire land of Israel. And then
It
they
was
gave them this one little part back in, what was it, 1947, 1948.
Yep.
And they said, here, this is Israel. Now what you can do is you can migrate from Europe down into this territory, which was formerly known as Palestine, which was actually Philistine. But you can have
Right.
this territory now and piss off a bunch of Arabs is what it boils down to. And then according to the Bible, this is your territory. This is what is yours. According to 12:3,
well,
we're going to bless you with
well,
your
Right.
territory.
but
And
that has to
because
As
do
a
they
with
and
a
because
state,
they had it for
as
particular.
a
120
state
It's
of
years,
taken out of
England.
1,500
context
years
there
ago.
because it was talking to Abraham and talking to Lot, um, and and this particular tribe. It wasn't. They're taking it out of context to say this. I mean,
Exactly.
granted, it was given the land they bought, to be given, and we know prophetically that it is supposed to be returned, because we know from Revelation that Israel does exist. But a huge, so it was purchased by what's his name, Rothschild,
Sir
and
Rothschild.
Rothschild.
and so
I
that was
call it
sent back.
receiving stolen property.
Right. Okay.
Well,
But
here's my thing.
Yeah.
What I
still, that was, and it came back to
They
the
can't even say
inheritance
might
of
equals
God.
right.
well,
Yep.
It
here's the
was
thing.
inheritance to God, from
Possession
What
God
I
is
had
to them.
9/10 of the law, right, Jason?
I had
I
pointed out
reckon, right? I
that
mean,
Yeah.
I didn't make up
here's
the
my
rule.
thing. In the thing I wrote, what I had pointed out is if because when you question current Jews about Israel and how they ended up with it, if they're really they're not descended from that genetic strain, and that's been proven. About 90% of them don't descend out of it.
They are
They,
self-proclaimed
That's why 23andMe
Ashkenazis.
is
They
here's my
illegal
thing.
know
there.
that they're not real Jews.
What I pointed out to
Yep.
them was,
To use
well, if
23andMe is illegal in Israel. That's why they don't want them finding out that they're Ashkenazi.
well,
Yep.
Right.
here's the thing. My point was, if you're going to claim religion as your way of claiming the state, which is what they do, they say it's good. They go along the Geneva, in post World War II, that's how it was determined. The religion determines whether or not they're Jewish, not their bloodline. And I'm like, I literally said my thing. If that is the case, and you're going to claim that chunk of land based off your religion, then everybody better give it up to my kind, because the pagans were around long before anybody else was,
They
and
call
they
it
were
an
pretty much everywhere.
ethno-religion.
Yep.
It works the same. It works the same with the natives in the United States.
Yep.
I
I
harken
said
back
But
to
that.
you
that.
Yep.
know, but
But the
but you
thing about
know,
it though is you cannot, you can't sit there and Bible thump. I don't care what religion you are, and then talk smack about Iran's theology,
30
theological
seconds.
theocracy, while sitting there Bible thumping and using your religion as justification to go slaughter people. It's hypocritical.
Well, yeah, it's not. They're not supposed to be slaughtering anybody. I mean, according to the Bible, that is their inheritance from God. But
Anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side right now.
And we're back. And yet again, that was a 10-minute break. That was a longer break and most intense, incredible conversation ever. And really good information coming out in the conversation. So I got to do it again, guys. As much y'all, I don't know are they listening in on the break, Mark, or can they hear us when we're
all of the video platforms can, but not the radio stations.
All right, so we're going to have to rehash some of this because we got into the tribes of Israel. We got into discussing the bloodlines of Israel. We got into discussing, basically the way things are, the whys, because everybody has questions. We're not allowed to ask the questions, unfortunately, because I found that out the other day. I was questioning, and I thought I was being nice. I'm not a rude person, and I try very hard to understand everybody's perception, and I really do not judge. I just want to know. And when I
Well,
pose,
Nancy, this is what I was saying earlier is that according to Genesis 12:3, it's a covenant between God and Abraham. And apparently he says, I will bless those who bless you. Now, this is between him and Abraham. From that, Abraham and his descendants, they're supposed to be, the Israelites. And that's what grants Israel this land of Israel. Because way back when, that's where Israel was. But the fact of the matter is that territory was a lot larger than what Israel is now. That territory consisted of, when the original 12 tribes of Israel were there, that consisted of the areas of Iraq down into Egypt and up into Lebanon, Syria. And that entire area was Israel at that point in time. And the fact of the matter is that's the only reason that Israel says that they have a right to that land. So if God says, and I'm asking, okay, I don't know. Okay, that's why we're having these conversations. And that's what Charlie Kirk wanted. Charlie Kirk wanted us to have these certain conversations to, not be violent, not get mad, not get angry, but to have the conversations to come to an understanding is what the facts are. And the fact of the matter is there's a lot of unknown factors out there. So given what I've already said, it's my understanding that Israel had 12 tribes. Of the 12 tribes of Israel, one of the tribes was the Jews, who eventually became, it was a tribe of Judah, Levi, Benjamin that came together to form what is supposed to be the Jews today. But that means that there's 9 other tribes that
I
actually
actually know
have,
about that.
that actually have rights to that territory. So, for example, the tribe of Dan, they migrated up to what is currently known as Denmark. So the actuality of it is people in Denmark have rights to that land of Israel. If you're talking about the 12 tribes of Israel, there are a lot more people that have rights to that territory than just the Jews. And I'll come out and
Have
say
you
it, I'm
ever
not
heard
getting
of the lost
Peggy,
10,
but
or
you
have
got
you
the
ever heard of the 10 lost
Davidic
tribes of Israel?
covenant and the land that they have now,
Hold on.
and that was promised to them. Go ahead.
Have you ever heard of the 10 lost tribes of Israel?
vaguely.
Okay, now what happened is after Solomon, the Israel was split into 2 kingdoms. You had Israel to the north, and you had Judea to the south. Now, Israel was taken by the Assyrians, and the people of Israel, the tribes of Israel, the northern part, was exiled, and they were dispersed all over the place. And then after that, Babylon took Judea. Okay, now the weird part about that whole story is when King Sargon released the Jews in captivity in Babylon and told them they could go back home, that only applied to the people of Judea, not the people of Israel, because that had happened before, and those people were spread out all over the place. They were dispersed. So that's why they called them the 10 lost tribes of Israel. Okay, and most likely, from what I'm taking of everything, the people who are now claiming Israel is actually those lost tribes that were dispersed out, and the ones in Judea actually were the ones who are the real Jewish people that were there, and they've been there even during the time of the exile. After they, like, everybody thinks that they just ran away from the Middle East, and they didn't. They were known to be in Constantinople. That's where most of them fled to.
Maybe that would explain why they make a big difference between Israelites and Jewish folk in the Old Testament. I don't know.
Well, I was just going to say, there's someone who actually converted, and that has to be taken into respect too. A lot of the Jews who remained behind converted.
Mm-hmm.
They converted to Islam. They converted to Christianity. They made their way with the times. They adjusted. And we know that because when you test the blood, you do DNA on people from Palestine, people from Gaza, people from Syria, whose families who have been there for thousands of years, they go back to the tribes. They go back actually to Canaanite.
Well, they don't want to admit that. That's the thing that people get mad at me about, because nobody wants to admit that these people were Canaanites.
Yep. Oh, I point that out all. Well, again, I have no skin in the game, so
Yeah.
I can say, well, they were Canaanites, guys. They were all Canaanites. So it's, there's that.
Same here.
Yeah.
I got no skin in the game.
But the land that they were given.
I mean, what's so bad about admitting that, you converted from a Canaanite religion to a religion that worshiped one God? There's nothing wrong with that.
I learned from Jordan Maxwell.
Yeah.
Roger, you be able to clear this up. Am I not mistaken that the Mormon Church, the Church of Latter-day Saints, recognizes the Canaanite link?
That's because they're the chosen people. They're the ones who's going to bring a light to the world and rescue us from our
They were supposed to bring the Messiah. They were supposed to bring the
Then
Messiah.
we'll have a place to hang our hats, and they'll have 1,000 of us each to work for them or whatever.
Well,
says they're holy.
They've got a whole temple in Salt Lake City where Jesus is going to walk down the stairs and hold his hands open to everybody and show his love, and we're all going to rejoice and be so happy and free.
Don't they think they're going to get a planet too or something like that when they die?
No, that was a movie.
That's Scientologists.
Oh, I got you.
That was a movie.
If you actually think about it, and again, folks, do not take offense. All right, this is scuttlebutt and looking at. I'm a pattern person, so I do apologize in advance before I say this. But if you look at it, the Mormons are really similar to the Jews. Really similar. Kind of crazy similar, actually. So, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, I find it hypocritical that we talk all this stuff about theocracies like Iran, but yet everybody else has the option to use their religion to do whatever the hell they want.
Yes.
And I have a problem with any religion that says that they're the chosen ones. I have a problem with it. It's just it's the very thing, all the very things that the Jews blamed Hitler for are the things that they're guilty of. It's kind of like the mantra: deny, 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 make counter accusations. Did even 3/4 of what we heard about World War II even happen? I've found a lot of inconsistencies when I do my own digging.
I'm not going to deny that there were 6 million Jews that were involved in the Holocaust in Germany. Not at all. I'm going to go ahead and say that the Holocaust did happen and that it was genocide. It was atrocious what happened to the Jews, but it's no more atrocious than what the Jews are doing to the Palestinians in Gaza right now. How long have they been bombing this territory that's 2 miles wide and 27 or 41 miles long. It's not a huge territory. They're killing these people off left and right, and it's not right. I'm not saying that I'm pro-Hamas, because I'm not. And the fact of the matter is, it's Hamas that is controlling the area of Palestine that's involved in all these terrorist activities that are in close association with Hezbollah, and all of these other terrorist groups are being funded by somebody, and I'm not going to say who. Everyone here knows who is actually funding all of these terrorist organizations.
Mm-hmm.
But by the time it's all said and done with, they're going to take that entire area of Gaza. They're going to bulldoze it to the ground. They're going to put in the you heard it here first, folks. They're going to put in the Ben Gurion Canal, and it's going to be in direct competition with the port of Said in Egypt. And Israel is going to have total control over this canal and not have to pay Egypt
Talking
their
about that for
due.
well over a year.
You know, and this is
Indeed.
what it all boils down to.
I have
It's
a
the
problem.
same old mantra. It's money, power, greed.
It's not just
I-
that; they also want that natural gas pocket off the
Yeah,
Gaza coast.
That too.
They were
I
talking
have a
about that
problem.
canal 6 months in.
I have a problem with the.
It'll be 2 years.
genocide,
Can you
the
believe it?
Israel
2 years in less
genocide
than
argument.
October 7th,
If
2025.
Israel wanted to destroy Gaza, Palestine, it could easily do that in days. It's got enough troops. It's got enough armaments. If we wanted to,
This area
Basically
of
already
Gaza, it's
has.
only as big as the city of Philadelphia or Washington, D.C. It's not a huge area.
precisely,
Well, we
Yeah,
saw
right
that.
about the size of
Detroit,
Philadelphia, exactly.
I mean, the thing
It's
is
about the
that
size of New Jersey. If you get up early enough, you could drive around the entire thing.
you can, okay, so you can see the problem with the size of Israel, because Iran didn't really hit them that hard and caused quite a bit of devastation when they lobbed at them. And in fact, to the point where I think Israel was panicking a little bit because they hit some really center points when they lobbed at them. But I can say that, again, for such an itty bitty nation, they've got a lot of power, a lot more than people give them credit for. Everybody sees Israel as a victim. No. And it's funny because, again, Rafi, I'm not anti-Semitic. Rafi's not anti-Semitic, but he's made the point, and I've made the point, they've been kicked out of almost every country they ever settled in. Why? Because they try to take control. That's why. They controlled the shipping, they controlled the banking, they controlled the spice trades in a lot of ways for almost 1,000 years easily. They are very
And
powerful.
according to the Bucharest Declaration, what you just now said was anti-Semitic. Whenever you state that Israel controls certain areas, whether it be the media or the banks or whatever, then all of a sudden you're anti-Semitic, and you're not supposed to say those sort of things, and that's when you get in trouble.
But the problem is that, like I say, prove me wrong. That's
exactly exactly. That's my point. Facts do not matter.
Yep. Prove me wrong. And it doesn't matter if, it didn't help them every time they got kicked out of the country. They tried to do those power moves every single time. And it never, in the end, it always failed. And I think that's why they wanted their own little piece of land. But what I'm seeing now is they're trying to, like when we got in our argument the other night, one of the points that was made was, that's all they want to do. The Palestinians want to kill us, and they want from the river to the sea, and I got very quiet. I said, and that's exactly what Bibi has said over and over again.
Yep. They want everything.
Can I say something real quick?
They want everything, including Cyprus. Go ahead.
If you look on their military uniform, the IDF patch on their shoulder, it has the shape of Israel, but not their border now. It has from the Nile to the Euphrates.
That's right.
All the way up to pieces of Syria, all of Jordan.
Yep.
It's called Harat Ezrael, or Greater Israel. And this is, like I said, this is embroidered on their military uniform.
Yes.
I mean, it's more than undermining. It's I mean, that's real. It's as real as it gets.
Misleading too, because it's actually two separate kingdoms, in the first place. So, like Israel after Solomon, and maybe David. No, David, I think had a full kingdom, and then Solomon, it was split in half. So there was never one solid kingdom of Israel.
Yes, and that's when we saw the influence of Moloch creep
No,
into
I
the Jewish
don't.
religion.
I've heard this
No.
crap about Moloch. Everybody keeps.
No,
It's
true.
No,
It's
it's
true.
called Tanit. Moloch is a Christian make-believe deity that
Well,
never
yes.
existed.
I know
Okay.
what you're saying. You're saying
Eusebius
he
of Caesarea
started-
invented him so that he could freaking go out and kill freaking pagans. I mentioned
Well,
I mentioned Hypatia before, okay? And the reason why I mentioned her is because she was one of the first freaking scientists in Egyptian history.
Yes.
And Christians took her out in the street and dismembered her in open public and then burned her on a fire because she freaking was a scientist and she had pagan beliefs. Okay, these people are nothing more than corrupt, hateful people that want to kill and murder anybody who doesn't believe in their God. That is what they are. That's what they're bred to believe. And that's why they tell you, if you are a Christian, you do not marry a freaking non-Christian person. It's in
they're
that.
all
Same
like
thing with the Jews. They don't marry
to say
outside their
they're all
religion.
like that, Roger.
Where do
Islam's
you
like
where
that
do you
too.
think they inherited all that from? They inherited it because they believe in Abrahamic religions that worship a God that thinks that they are the chosen people and everyone else is below them.
I still don't think it's justification to be taking back land that wasn't theirs. I mean, all this conflict is because of this. And if we were to apply the same logic here in the United States, and then the Native Americans would be evicting you tomorrow.
Mm.
Well, that's the thing. If we applied that logic across the board, y'all would be like worshiping multiple pantheons, and you'd have
That's why I love the Constitution,
have
because the
sky dancing every night.
Constitution doesn't care what your religion or your race is. Okay, as a matter of fact, it doesn't want your religion in government whatsoever. So
Right. It was a sectarian government once upon a time. And that's what, as a matter of fact, that's what Syria was. But what do? We overthrew the last sectarian government in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
How about 2 states and 1967 borders?
How about we just go back to everybody just being the way they were? I mean, although I got to tell you, we forget too. Everybody says, well, the UN decided no, because the Balfour Agreement, that was back, I think, World War One. It was
1917.
I mean, I'm like, no, that plan was a plan of act. They planned World War II. It was all a plan, and it was all for a result. It was all for a result, and it's and I'm with Willie on a lot of things. I think I don't think 6 million Jews died. I do believe they had that. Nick Fuentes actually had that right when he said there weren't even 6 million Jews in Germany. He's correct.
In the world.
But, what they don't point out is that millions of Christians died too. I mean, it wasn't just Jews. Now, the heinous part was how we found the Jews. That's I think what got everybody was that they were put in these camps. But guess what? We put Japanese people in concentration camps here in the States during World War II. I think the conditions were a little better.
I always
but we still did it.
I always like to add in the gypsies too. You got 3 million of them. I mean, they treated those guys horrible.
Yeah, they did.
The thing about it though is a lot of the Jews that died in the camps, it was because of disease.
Yeah.
It wasn't. They didn't get the amount of logistics it would need
a lot of typhoid.
To push the amount of logistics you would need to push 6 million Jews through an easy bake oven. It's just massive. You just don't. There's just no way that they could have put 6 million people through an easy bake oven. This, I think the records that show that the majority of it was disease related. I think that's more accurate. But they don't. But that doesn't fit the narrative.
Especially
he's-
at the end of the war, the RAF had destroyed all of the railroad tracks. I mean, even the guards were losing weight toward the end of the war. I mean, nothing was getting anywhere. So never mind stuff getting down to the bottom of the, the proverbial triangle of people. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Hey,
There
guys,
was
hang
just
on to that
nobody getting
thought.
anything.
You guys got to hang on to your thoughts. I got to take us out to our last break of the evening. Hang in there, folks. When we return, we're going to try to wrap it up for the Vixen's Vault. And I got to apologize to Vicky because she was supposed to give her thing tonight. And yep, we went off on a tangent. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Flat Earth.
Flatter.
Wrong show. We're on Radio Break.
Don't get me going.
Yeah. Can you say that shit for over there? Can't stand that Willie shit.
Hi. I can't help myself.
There he is.
At
We're
least he
saying-
didn't try to sell you pea jugs or his chunderwear.
And that
Did we
the
lose Vicky,
yeah.
guys? Did we lose Vic?
I make a better Willie than I make a James.
You do good in both.
You guys are really smart. I'm impressed
How much
with
for a
each
pea
and
jug?
every
Just out
one
of
of you.
curiosity.
No, hold up! Don't get the pea jugs; they're contaminated.
Oh no.
Hey man, you contact me at my website at willieleev@gmail.com. I'll send you a free pea jug.
His website.
A free?
He's
Oh,
got-
wow. All right.
It's not a website.
That's my website, willieleev@gmail.com. Hey, you want some of my feet pictures?
He thinks his
I'm good on
Gmail
that.
is a website, dude. Just so you know. Willie is a character, and
No.
I honestly believe he turns into Willie once he starts talking like Willie. Like you can tell, like something clicks in your head, doesn't it, James?
Have you ever seen the videos that James has done?
Alter ego.
Yeah,
Oh my
that's
God.
exactly it.
He looks just like the person you pictured to do Willie.
Hey, everybody
In the
ought to have a little Willie
overalls.
in 'em.
Yeah.
The straw hat.
Okay, I'm just going to put it out there. And I'm surprised Roger didn't say the only person in this entire crew that could possibly have a little Willie in them would probably be me or Vicky. So just going to put that out.
Little Willie.
You can be Aunt Mama Lou.
I've wanted to say something about that with Aunt Mama Lou. Okay. Now, like you were talking about her sisters.
Yeah, you got
27 of them.
23.
23.
43 now. Holy moly.
I was listening to that episode. That was actually pretty interesting. The whole breakdown of the chronology of the Aunt Mama Lou was I mean, that was ill. I wish I knew my family chronology that well.
It gets bigger and better every time.
Every time he was saying the next step, I was thinking he got in trouble. He got her knocked up, didn't he? He got her pregnant. And I was like, that's all.
Willie,
No,
Willie's still a
he's
virgin.
Yeah, I know.
He's a 55-year-old virgin.
My response to that was I allowed her to sit on your pee jug.
Oh no! Don't even go and tell him about your alien honey.
Hey man, I got chum to wear too, man. Hey, I wear these underwear. Hey, no, I sell them too, man. I wear my underwear and I wear them a lot, man. Hey, they make good catfish bait.
I love it. I love the catfish bait thing.
Especially the ones that's got corn in them.
Taking a
I don't even know where to go with that.
Oh my God!
Take and tie them up to some jugs and throw them out in the lake, and then when the fish
That's right.
go jugging with them, just let them just.
Where did she get
There's a
the
lot of
bait?
catfish out in the Delaware River here. And
Hey,
Vicky,
Where
you
at,
gotta
Jason?
go.
She had to jump
MC,
off.
you gotta
In
go
New
back
Jersey.
and listen to some of the old ones where he turns his Pinto into a rocket ship.
Yeah. Well, Willie give that Pinto hell. It's been a pontoon boat. It's been a rocket ship. And
Submarine.
now it's at the bottom of a lake somewhere.
No, it's in one of your glory holes.
Yeah,
Explain
exactly.
that to them. All right.
Oh yeah, Yeah, tell him about the glory hole. I think he told me about it once, but I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know.
They're just little ponds that he has on the farm and that, and the college kids dive off the board and yell "glory hole." Anyways,
Yeah.
30 seconds. And here it is. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and back on the radio side for the last time tonight. On the radio side, that is. Right now.
All right, guys, and we are back for the last segment of the Vixen's Vault for this Wednesday evening, September the 17th, 2025. Welcome back to the show, guys. Our break was, I don't have to have it, I'm not going to have it repeated on the air, but it was a lot more entertaining. It wasn't quite as serious as they've been for this show tonight, which I love when we do shows like this because, like I said, in fact, Willie, when we were on the show the other night together, what did I say? Everybody has their own opinion and everybody has their own education to that opinion. And it's really amazing when you put a group of people like this together because what you find out, the information that you learn, the information that's shared, it's nothing, it does nothing but enhance you as you move on. And sometimes we agree on it, sometimes we don't agree on it, but we're still thinking about it. And that's kind of what
Nancy, what I found interesting the other night is you mentioned the Hegelian dialectic. And that is interesting in that a lot of the world's problems are manufactured. All of this is problem, action, solution. They create these issues, create these problems in order to be the ones that solve the problems. And all of a sudden, they're everybody's heroes. They created the problem and they solved it, and then we're supposed to say, oh yay, great, and that's why we need politicians, and they're part of the problem. They are the problem for the most part.
Well, it's not just the politicians. I mean, sometimes I really do believe that the intelligence agencies are like their own separate god. There was
Are
a
we going to
show.
start talking? Let's talk about Skull and Bones. Let's talk about the
Oh God, yeah.
Illuminati.
Well, real
God,
quick,
big
Willie's
God.
right. Willie's totally right. They got to keep us on our toes. They got to keep us scared. Otherwise, we won't need them. That's why they come up with 9/11 and 18 different alphabet soup agencies.
Yep. Well, and like I said, I mean, if you really think about it, there was a show back, I want to say 2008, 2009, somewhere in that area. It was called Scandal. And it was about a woman in Washington who was kind of like, oh God, what was Linwood?
Fixer.
Linwood he was a fixer. And she was a fixer. But they had this agency that ran everything. He ran the president. It ran everything. What was it? B117, something like that. Some weird name to this agency, but the power involved in that agency, and it was all about intelligence. And I look at what's happening today, what we know about the CIA, what we know about the Secret Service, what we know about, what we don't know about the NSA. Notice the NSA has been cryptically quiet for like the last, 2 years now. It's been really, really quiet with the NSA. And every event that's ever happened, whether it be Donald Trump's attempted assassination, whether it be September 11th, whether it be Charlie Kirk's assassination, if you think the NSA is not sitting on every little tidbit of information you could possibly need, you're wrong, because they are. And it's what always bothered me. With Trump's assassination, NSA had everything. I guarantee it. With 9/11, NSA sitting on all those records, guarantee it. That's why they had to build that huge hub in, where is it? Utah. Monster server hub out there. Why? Because they have so much information that they're storing. It takes a ridiculous amount of space. I mean, they are watching.
They have so much information. I'm pretty sure they have a river that they need to flow by it and cool it off. And there was actually a crew that tried to use that as an edge to get it to be built about 7 years ago, which is pretty slick of an idea, but it didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's people say, well, we'll never know the answer. That's not true. We'll never know the answer, but somebody knows the answer and they're sitting on it and it's locked up. And, again, I don't know sometimes if it's the politicians or if the politicians are just the idiots that are standing up and making it real obvious. It is the intelligence agencies that are the problem. Like when we talk about the
But
shooting of
then
Charlie Kirk, we don't talk about Israel really. What's the first word that comes out of our mouth? That was Mossad. Mossad is an intelligence agency. That was CIA. They're an intelligence agency. We're referring to the intelligence agencies of the government, not necessarily the government itself sometimes. So who's in charge of those agencies? I think those are the people that we really need to be looking at. Because again, did Charlie Kirk's assassination stink to the high heavens? It sure does. And the cover up looks exactly like JFK. And that's why I said the other night
But
on the
then
show,
when you question the narrative, all of a sudden you become a conspiracy theorist.
which is
And
a JFK thing.
yeah, exactly. And we still don't know the truth about what happened to John F. Kennedy in 1963. And the fact of the matter is, there's all sorts of other things that are going on in this world that once you question what's going on, then all of a sudden you're the crazy one. And that's the crazy
That's why
part
the
of it all.
CIA coined the term conspiracy theorists to take care of people that were asking too many questions about JFK. They said, call conspiracy theorists, and you'll take the air out of their wings and their argument right off the bat. And
Exactly.
that's stuff that they released. Like that's a fact.
Well, it's amazing to me because literally, if you're a conspiracy theorist, that means you're following intellectual thought process. And that's why I'm like, since when is intellectual thought process something that's, foo-fooed and frowned on? If you're not asking the questions, you're never going to find the answers. It's that simple.
Think about it this way too.
My TV told me otherwise.
Yeah, right.
When they tried to separate the two conspiracy from conspiracy theory, that's when people should have had a clue there's something wrong there, because there's no difference. A conspiracy and a conspiracy theory are one and the same. Okay, there's a crime being committed, that's a conspiracy, so, and you take
Because one person is involved, it's a conspiracy.
They play with words on that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? And that's why I get a kick out of, like, everybody looks at Hitler. Let's talk about Bismarck, let's talk about Bismarck in Germany before that, where he premeditatively planned war so he could unify Germany, okay? And then after that, when you were talking about taking the wind out of their sails, he took the wind out of the socialist movement cells by creating a welfare state within within a nationalist government, you know what I mean, that was ruled by an emperor. And he did that in order to make it to where the citizens of Germany would be dependent on the government and loyal to them so they could get their benefits. And that's where we got the welfare state.
What are we doing here right now?
Right.
What's happened here now?
Mm-hmm.
What's happened in the States? We have a welfare state. And not only that, but we're also walking in the footprints of China in many ways, which I find interesting because their social credit system is actually ours. We invented that and gave them the technology for it.
Mm-hmm.
And that should scare the heck out of Americans because, it's not a pretty thing. But I mean, but again, when I say it's a big joke sometimes. I mean, we see the enemy. We're told we have an enemy. We're told they're an enemy, but yet all these business dealings are still happening behind the doors. And, if China was truly an enemy, we would have gone after them when they were weak. They're not weak anymore. And I know, they're not weak when the military is insisting they are. When they get
or they're not really an enemy.
Yeah, exactly. Well, again, Hillary Clinton, the Bushes have so many investments in China. It's not funny. I mean, it's a bipartisan effort. It's like one of the few things I can tell you politicians all do is one. That's make money. And they'll do it wherever they have to. And they'll do it off whoever's blood they have to. And I'm not saying that they're all bad people.
I am.
But I'm saying they get sucked into that world, and right becomes wrong and wrong becomes right, and kind of like what we're seeing now with Charlie Kirk, some of the backlash. Do I agree with some of the things that, do I agree with every tranny getting chased down the street. No, I don't agree with that. Not they, they're do they need help? Yes, they need help. But do we take out the fact that Charlie Kirk was shot on that whole community? No. It's like 9/11. When 9/11 happened, do you blame every Muslim you walk into? No. We seem to learn these lessons the really hard way and a lot too late. And,
Well,
go ahead, Vicky.
I don't blame any Muslim.
Yeah, right.
Part of it is what they said on about 9/11, that it was not classified as a crime. It was classified as like a war international event. So they didn't they didn't evaluate any of the evidence as a crime. If they
Correct.
had, yes. So Jason,
Because
you can take
that's
it away.
the Pentagon. They needed that.
Hmm. And that's the difference. Like when they talk about conspiracy, well, how would you trace a conspiracy? Well, you would have evidence and a crime and that kind of thing. But if you take the whole thing out of the criminal uh, classification and you put it as a war or international crime, then you can do all kinds of, or international event, a war
All right. Solution.
crime. Yeah. Then you can hide all kinds of, which is what they did.
Whenever you have a new war on things or ideas, it's a power grab. It's even a war on drugs. How much power the government's concentrated on that? When you talk about wiretaps, civil asset forfeiture, being able to seize your bank accounts and everything else, and then fast forward to we need more power, so we invent terrorism. We can take
Homeland Security.
I saw a lot of people on the right really give the thumbs up to the civil asset forfeiture when Trump did that the first time around, because they really, really thought that they were going to see all these arrests and bust all these pedos, and they were going to take all of their Ferraris and their house keys and all this stuff. But we didn't, see all that stuff. We just saw the law go into place or whatever.
Well, it's like you take a look at all the things that's been going on, okay, since 9/11. Let's look at Homeland Security, Guantanamo Bay. Let's look at freaking the right for our government to go from house to house and take people who they suspect as being terrorists to Guantanamo Bay, even though they aren't confirmed yet. So, of course, they have to be on a waiting list, and while they're on that waiting list, they're sitting in a cage with a freaking bag over their head just so they can be found if they're a terrorist or not.
That's it. And the thing is, though, now it's, as of 2012, it's indefinite detention or assassination without any due process. They can literally put you in there forever. That's what they did the J6, as Nancy pointed out.
And they can control the evidence and how it's used or not used. Because
Homeland Security.
And that's how they do it. And that's your conspiracy. They conspired
under national security.
Yeah, there you go. And it was very effective.
And so, and I love to always bring Bundy Ranch back up for one reason, because Bundy Ranch did something to the federal government that scared the shit out of them. They did not expect the militia to gather that fast, and that scared the hell out of them. And from that day on, they went into Jade Helm, started training. Then all of a sudden 9/11 happened, and then all of a sudden, you had freaking Homeland Security, and the list goes on. And it's because they are afraid of us. They're not afraid of Europe or China, dude. They are terrified of us.
How many times have I said that in this show? The greatest threat to any government is their own people, which is why they need outside threats. They need to create boogeymen in order to justify taking your rights away. And you hit it right on the head. Go ahead.
I'm done. We need to get Jason in here to say something really, really cool about 9/11.
Oh, well, I can tell you a little bit about when I was up there at Nancy anyway, because I know you were asking a little bit before. Matter of fact, I wrote a couple notes down. So here's three things that happened that I predicted happening that also happened last year, only they happened last year, 2024, for the first time. All right. One was the subway. Okay. They didn't stop at the last two stops. Is this all right? Oh, all right.
Yeah, go
Anyways,
ahead.
so the last year they actually let out on the whole intercom on the E train. The E train, the very last stop is the World Trade Center. There's other trains that go there, but that's whatever. The easiest train to get there. And it said, due to happening an occurrence with the 9/11 memorial, they really made it sound like a terrorist attack had happened. The E train won't be stopping at the final two stops. You'll have to get off at Canal Street, get on the A train, and make your way to whatever. And I know the city, so whatever. It's just 4 extra blocks for me. But if you didn't know the city, then you might not know to get off at Chambers, etc. So this year, I'm thinking, watch them do this crap again. Wouldn't you know it gets worse? And I knew it was going to get worse. The authoritarians never, ever bite off a certain amount and then keep that certain amount. They always want to take more. I'm at 34th Street, okay? I'm not even on the subway yet. I'm just waiting for the subway. I'm waiting for the E train, matter of fact. And I look up and I see a sign that says, and it's a lie. And I plan on calling the city and actually asking just to see what they have to say about this. But they said due to track problems, the E train will not be stopping at the last two stops. Take the A train if you want to go to the WTC and get off at Chambers. I say, you son of a gun. So I did that. As first thing I see is Bomb Squad. I did not see that last year, so this is 4, 5, 6 blocks down, and there's Bomb Squad right there where the A train will let you up at the closest place, which is now 6 blocks away, rather than right there, right, like literally right there. So I make my way there, and again, you had people on 9/11 at the WTC on their soapboxes with every other type of agenda that you could possibly imagine. Chinese people against the CCP, God bless them, but Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, but not at the WTC. You don't undermine those 3,000 people's memories by one guy was, make all drugs illegal, etc. And they literally bring soapboxes to stand on. I never saw this. This is a phenomena that started last year, 2024. So I saw that again all over this year. And of course, our area on Vesey was yoinked from us. Now, there was a 3-day major symposium in DC. So there was really lacking in numbers. We were, because everybody was in DC. Architects and engineers. Richard Gage was in DC. They were, I don't know exactly what they were doing in DC in terms of testifying to Congress, but they were for 3 days. Everybody that I know, except for like 12 people that I saw up there at the WTC, they were all in Washington, D.C. I have a friend whose vehicle, he had to leave it in D.C. It finally decided to die at 334,000 miles on the motor. And the thing, he's from just outside of Pittsburgh. And his vehicle died with, over 250,000 miles in D.C. So that was fun for him anyways. But yeah, so that's another reason the numbers were down. But yeah, so they yoinked our spot. They put us on a very small corner. I found myself getting into confrontations with police, cop threatening to arrest me because he says I put hands on him, which no, I didn't put hands on him, long story short. And I've got the whole thing. It was on YouTube being live streamed. So the whole thing is on my YouTube channel, Truth VJ MC Dirty Work. I didn't put hands on that dude, but then I whatever. I proceeded to, whatever. I had a little fun with him, just put it like that, for the next 10 minutes. but I call him too old to be a sergeant, too fat to be a cop. And then his little buddy I call Tonto, much shorter name. I don't like that long name, but man, it suits him so well. Anyways, yeah, we had a TV set up last year in which we had, different architects and engineers videos rolling. People would ask questions, etc. And yeah, they had us basically take that down. I mean, they just bit off more and more and more. So and like I said, the argument with the cop thing, I've been there almost just about every year except for 1 year for the last 8 years. I've never had that problem until this year. All these people on their soapboxes, I've never seen that till last year. So a whole lot of new COINTELPRO type business. The other thing, and this I have on the replay at DLive, it's like a 30-minute it's a thing. You can just look at the replays on DLive and see it there. The very first thing, I remember I told you I saw the bomb squad up there. You can so tell these two guys were glowies, FBI folk. I mean, they were really, really ripped. They were both like 30 years old. They both had their tattoos going around their elbows. This used to indicate that you did jail time, a spider's web. But they had the spider's webs on their arm. I mean, this is like, what is that, a cop thing now? It went from being, well, you did time to you're a cop. I mean, that's weird. I don't get that. But yeah, they were wearing the same colored khakis. You just, they were kind of standing there watching what I was doing because I was talking into the camera with a selfie stick to the folks at DLive. And then I think they heard me call them Chloe's and whatever. Then they kind of started walking up the way there, but it was pathetically obvious. I did see a new thing. I saw vests that said Homeland Security. I'd never seen that before. The folks that with the Homeland Security vests. Usually it's just FBI with T-shirts, etc. Or the glowies that try to like dress like they're not glowies, but you totally know that they are. So that was pretty much everything in terms of my experience at New York. It should be very interesting next year. It'll be 25 years, the 25th anniversary, and nobody will be in DC. Everybody is supposed to pretty much swarm on New York City come the 25th anniversary. So put it like this, there won't be room on that corner for us come 2026 9/11 in New York City. So I sure hope somebody gets a hold of somebody. And I'll let you guys know what they said about the track because it's just so funny to me. I got to call MTA and just ask, I'm really curious what the electrical problem was that day on the morning of 9/11 because they put it on right at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. for some reason. That's crunch time for them. That's when they're done. Basically, they stop breaking our balls. They take their fences down and, whatever. I was kind of disappointed that some of the people that didn't want their really good schematics taken from them waited till 3 p.m. to come out. I mean, granted, I could see that it's expensive for these, 4 foot tall, 4-color processed glossies, but I'm out there almost getting arrested with another gal, thank goodness she had my back and such. I don't know. I find myself out there like I'm trying to pick up slack for just what wasn't there. But they were doing their thing in DC, so they got there's an excuse this year anyway.
Well, I was going to say,
So
I actually I know a couple of lawyers that were up in DC at that time too. Interesting. But all right, guys, with that, I got to start wrapping the show because we are dwindling down. Everybody, real quick, just tell everybody where you can find them. We're going to start with Jason and move our way
yeah,
around.
you can find me at _dirty_work at Instagram, at YouTube, at let's see, DLive Friday, Saturday, Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And yeah.
James or Willie Lee, go ahead and give your information up, brother.
Hey, look at him. If any of y'all want to buy my pee jugs, or if you want to buy my underwear or feet pictures, man, hey, y'all contact me at my website at willielee.v@gmail.com. I doggone, man.
Dave Campione, come on down.
Yeah, you can find me on Facebook under David Champ and Fine Art America under David Campione. And you can have go to Amazon.com for the UFO spacecraft identification manual. Next.
Raphael, give your digits and lose your digits. Tell everybody where they can find you. Oh, and he's muted.
He's sleeping.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I got the Vixen's Vault website up and running a few last week. If you guys want to find us, Nancy and myself there, you can go to the vixensvault.com and you'll find the links to our socials on About Us, and also a live embedded stream for the show on the main page for the Facebook, and then also the links for all the simulcasts on the first page.
Roger Hanson. And he's muted too. What is it with you guys
Okay.
muted tonight?
Get picky.
Roger smoke. Okay, Vicky Bass.
You can find me on Telegram at the channel for such a time as this, and on X at Booklander62.
Mark Edworthy, last but not least.
At mine.com under the username Medworthy.
All right, guys, and as always, you can find me on Facebook under Nancy Planetta. Telegram, I am Wiccan Vixen on multiple channels. X platform, I am Rider on the Storm. And with that, you can also look up my new webpage that Raphael worked very hard on at vixensvault.com. We'll see y'all next week. Same bat time, same bat channel for the Vixen's Vault. Hang in there.
All right, we're off air, and I got this to go. And when we get cut off, I'm going to bring us right back here again. All right?
Yep, I was going to say, I was hoping, I think I went a little bit over, not too bad.
No, we're okay.
You were fine. You were fine.
Still had a
Yeah, I
couple
hope I
minutes
didn't
yet.
go over.
No.
you were fine.
Everything worked out good. I'm just
Yep.
when we get cut off. I can't do two things at one time, but I am. But it's like more.
I'm
You know,
shocked.
when you guys get a
I'm
chance,
shocked.
Yeah, go ahead and close and wait for me to call back again.
Close out, right? Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Close now.
I'm going to close the meeting, and I'm going to call everybody back. All right.
All right, I am right back. It's been pretty quick on the changeover, so I'm not tapping back into the Kick stream to get the audio and everything. So I figured I might as well talk while he's getting everything set up and doing it. Yeah, I want to do another shout out to Spark369. Thank you for your comments in the YouTube chat. And if you ever want to be involved in this show, you just let me know, and I can talk to Mark Watashik, and we can see if we can get you in. So.
Jack, Jason, Vicky, Willie, David. All right. We get everybody? Is everybody coming in?
Slowly.
Or something like that?
Something like
Hey,
that.
Willie.
Howdy, hey.
Hey. I didn't know if he was coming back for your after show or not, so I gave you a call back just in case. This is where all the fun usually happens.
Don't.
Actually, the whole thing has been pretty fun. I appreciate every one of you guys.
That's what I was getting ready to say. I mean, if he thinks that this is fun, freaking, he's gonna. After that, that was actually a pretty exciting show.
I don't know.
Nancy, are you there?
I'm here.
Nancy, I appreciate your having me on the show. It was a lot of fun, and I am way out of my league. You guys are way too smart for me.
Oh,
You're not. That's the thing. That's the. I hate it when people say that. You're not
Yeah,
out
well,
of your league anyway.
you did
That's the
great.
thing.
you guys are great.
I think you
I'm
actually
just
brought a lot of good topics to it that fired up a
yeah.
lot of people, man. I mean, you
Definitely.
Yeah.
you did a lot more than you're giving yourself credit for.
Well,
Absolutely.
Mark Edworthy intimidates the hell out of me because I know how damn smart he is.
Well, you have to just you have to understand Mark Edworthy. He's a Brit. He's a dirty Englishman, dude. Like,
Okay.
like
Here we
don't.
go.
All right.
I
All right.
remember
Well,
Mark
I
from
have
years
everybody
ago.
up. I am going to be closing down a few sites.
He's a
All right.
scoundrel.
Goodbye, YouTube.
Hey guys,
Goodbye, Facebook.
Goodbye. We'll miss you,
Goodbye,
Facebook.
Telegram.
They made me all get all sensitive
Goodbye,
about
Partey.
these channels now because like
And
John
goodbye,
Galt
Twitch.
got mad at me. I was bad mouthing the
hey guys,
people.
do me a favor. DM me your names, maybe a face shot if you want, a bio, and a link to your socials, so that I can embed them into the Vixen's Vault page. So that way we don't have to spend 20 minutes
Ralph,
trying
how
to
do you
tell people.
spell how do you spell vixensvotes.com? Because
I'll
I've
put it
just
in the chat.
tried
Hold on.
vixensvotes.com and it's
Oh my
got
God.
DNS
I
issues.
cannot believe I just heard that come out of his mouth, dude.
Mhm.
VIXENS votes VAULT.com, but I'm not. It's not
Yeah,
saying that I can find it.
VIXENSVAULT.com.
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
apostrophe,
I'm
no
not saying it.
apostrophe.
No apostrophe.
Yeah, that's what I've
Is
done.
it the Vixen's Vault or Vixen's Vault, Puppy?
The Vixen's Vault.
Oh no, yeah.
I put it in the
Yeah.
chat. I put it in the chat.
Yeah, the URL. If you
Ah,
guys
yeah,
post
no,
that,
but,
I will go
yeah.
on there and sign it up on there because I haven't had a chance to do that yet. I have a spelling problem too, but that's only because I'm from Southern Illinois.
Yeah, I put the link in the chat. Make it easier. And that'll also help everybody find your socials easier because they don't have to remember anything. They just hit the link.
Cool.
Hmm.
I want to make a cool website, but I'm waiting until I can do it like really, really cool. I want to have like freaking sci-fi stuff, and I want like ray guns and.
And by the way, Willie, drop your information too, because like I said, this is an open invitation. You can join us whenever you want.
I'm really not anywhere.
He's got
Yeah,
an
I'm here.
email.
I mean, you can find me on minds.com at Willie Lee V 1971. I'm also on Facebook as Willie Lee 1971.
Okay, James, can I ask you something? And this is about secret identities.
Secret identities.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
you
bringing it
know
out in
he's a
public.
secret agent man too, right?
I'm a secret agent, man.
I gotta ask you this, dude. This is important. Are you chemtrails?
I am
No,
not.
he is not.
I
Chemtrails.
promise you.
I've been
I'm not chemtrails.
NMM.
I've been trying to get chemtrails for an interview for the longest time, dude, and I cannot. He apparently doesn't know how to use emails.
Martin knows chemtrails. Chemtrails is a great guy. He's been on the Censorship Sucks radio show before.
Chemtrails is on X.
You know why I like him? You know why I like him? It's because he pisses everybody off, dude.
Yeah, he even pisses John off too, you know?
Yeah. Like,
That's not really hard to do, though.
Yeah.
Not lately. I don't know, man.
John does
Danny's
not
been
like
getting
me at
really
all. He'll
touchy.
laugh.
He's just, I mean, I think you're closer to him than I am, James. Why don't you send him a bottle of Midol?
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yep. I've got his phone number, but no, I'm not going to
I know you
antagonize him.
got his phone number. You got Yotivation's phone number too.
No, I don't have any contact with Yotivation.
No.
No, I've got John's, I've got David Hogg's, in Sick of the Lies. I've got their phone numbers, but
Whatever
I don't,
happened? Him and Kate the Great.
what about them?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything from them in like long, long time.
They're still on mines. He still shows up on my
Yeah.
feed sometimes.
That's very interesting. You David Hogg's home phone number?
Wrong
Yeah,
David
David.
Hogg.
No, mine's David Hogg is a parody account, buddy.
Yeah,
Oh,
It's
I'll
so
believe
funny,
anything.
man.
yeah. No, he's
You know
not
me,
the
I'll
real
be like,
David
really?
Hogg.
I was gonna say maybe we can get, would he come on? But no, never mind. All right.
No,
Yeah,
you wouldn't want the
No,
real David Hogg
actually,
anyway.
No, we
Yeah.
don't want him.
I'll have him on the D program, but I don't think he'd really want to be on the D program to be asked the stuff that I'd ask him. But boy, I'd sure like to have him on.
mine's David Hogg is a parody account, and
Right.
It's not
he
the same
is-
one.
he is. It's not great. Well, well, he's a famous potato too. But anyways,
I know.
I love how
yeah,
he said that. Yeah, oh well, whatever. I ain't gonna. It's hard to do. You know what I mean? It's like. Now, I am dead serious too about what you guys were talking about. Maybe setting up a day where you guys just get on and just start cutting up and having a good time. If you want to do that, Willie. Because I'll set up a day and I'll freaking stream it for you guys.
Yeah, well, like I said, you can contact me through Mark or on Facebook. I'm Willie Lee on Facebook too.
Because I know John and you and Mark and we were all on there talking about it, and it was one conversation and it fizzled out. But I mean, because I like to mess around, ask these guys. I'm all into it. I love it. I love women.
Yeah.
And talking.
Yeah, Willie's still a virgin, but he loves them boobies, man.
See, and that's why I have a hard time. The boobies might be a good conversation. Because I love boobies.
You're not talking about birds here.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that here. I've got to be careful because Mark Edworthy, he gets mad at me.
yeah, Mark. Yeah, that Mark, not this Mark.
Well,
Yeah,
you
Mark,
do.
you're catching hell, ain't you?
Well, he spell checks me and stuff, and then like he keeps talking about time zones and stuff. It's like I don't care.
Mark Edworthy's tough, man.
He
Hey,
is.
Mark, are you still a member of the Minds programming team?
I technically never was. I was never employed by Minds.com. I've always been a volunteer.
Yeah, but you always did all that free work for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Minds got rid of half or the majority of the staff within last year, and it's just incompetence from the senior staff.
Oh,
Except for John. John was cool, but Bill was nothing but a pompous ass.
Well, he always depended on his brother to do all of his work for him. If you pay attention to what was going on
someone
there,
let that person in.
Yeah,
like
just done.
if you pay attention to what was going on there, it was always his brother that was doing the moving and shaking. You know what I mean? And then Bill would always sit in the background and pop in during those, what were they, the Minds talks,
Yeah,
you know.
and also John took quite a back seat in a lot of areas as well. Jack, you mean? No, sorry,
Jack.
Jack, not John. Yeah, Jack.
Well, as far as I'm concerned,
yeah.
Mark made Minds what it is today.
What?
And
Mark.
Oh, yeah.
Mark Edworthy,
Oh,
he
yeah.
made Minds. Well, I'll say what it is today, what it was, but it's not near as good now as it used to be.
Yeah, I know. I keep
again,
telling
like-
him that, and he won't listen to me. He thinks that he is insignificant and stuff, and then I'm like, dude.
Again, I come from a sort of technical end user support background. I know how to act as a sort of bridge between developers and end users. And as far as Bill's concerned, he's never had any previous experience in anything.
He's smack talking.
He was before his mine started, he was a university student, and also in classical literature, and also his only real world experience was acting as a copy boy for a lawyer.
And see,
nothing more than that.
I've been hanging out with Mark Edwards. Let me butt in here. Now, 2 years I've been with this dude. Okay, and this is Mark Edwards' smack talk. This is the most you're gonna get out of him smack talking. Okay, this is how he does it. That right there is him talking smack to freaking Bill Altman. And
just give you the facts.
I got to actually read like a nerd fight between him and Bill Altman, dude, and it was cool as shit, dude. Like I've never.
It wasn't a nerd fight.
Yes, it was a full-blown nerd fight, dude.
They were acting unprofessionally at the time, and I still stand by that argument. He was acting extremely unprofessionally at the time, and I called him out on that in public.
Who do you think won that fight?
I did, because he backed down, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He backed down. He tried to change the subject. He tried to do some disaster management on the hunt.
Well, what it was, Willie, is somebody came in and they actually had a legitimate question, and Bill started getting really, really irate with him. As the person who's supposed to be in charge, he's supposed to be carrying himself in a professional manner. And
unless it was, hold on a minute, unless it was Chris Dogood that was asking the question.
No.
Oh my God, do better. Oh
unless it was,
he went
with do good to do better.
Yeah.
Do good to do better.
Yeah. He still tries to deny that. Well, he did it first. He tried to deny that he went by do-gooder. And I was like, dude, I remember him being do-gooder.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was do good. Then he changed his name to do better. And if he's going in there asking Bill Ottman questions, then he ain't worth listening to.
Yeah. I've got a hint off that.
Do better?
Yeah.
Do better is another idiot.
He gets rowdy. And then Rush of Waves is another one. Like Rush of Waves.
Don't even get me started on Rush of Waves. I've actually got him on my Facebook, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm. he gets a lot rowdier than what I thought, because he'll sit there and talk about walking through the woods and being all about nature and stuff, but he gets into a conversation with Bill Altman, dude, and he just goes irate. I'm like, oh my gosh. It's a waste of time. I love that shit.
You love that shit.
I did. Everybody wonders. Everybody wonders why I love and hate Minds.com, okay? Because it's a love-hate relationship. You know what I'm saying? I hate freaking Minds with a passion, but I can't stay away from it. It's like crack cocaine.
Man, what gets me about Minds, it's all the same exact people in the feed. It don't matter if you're on the app or if you go in through the browser. It's the same exact people that you see. You know, it's friggin' cold. You know, Lady Red. That's all you see of Lady Red. I know Lady Red. I know her personally. I've visited her. I've seen her. I've been to her house. She is an awesome person. But when you go to Minds, that's all you see is her shit in your feed. You want to see other people's stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm. What's the other one, too? Can't think of what her name is.
Milika.
Monica.
Milika.
Oh, my God.
Malika.
Everything. Milika.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, really?
Yeah, Malika.
And it used to be her, Marsha Jean, Lady Red. And what's the other one? It starts with an E.
Oh God, I remember
I
her.
can't. Yeah, she was blonde hair girl, old girl, and I was like, okay. I think she was a stripper too, yeah, probably. And because she tried to send me to her Tumblr page once, and I'm like, oh, no.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Remember that one ugly girl that was always showing off her nudes
Where?
on mine?
Where?
I ain't got no problem with ugly girls. I told you, ain't got no problem with ugly girls. It's like,
Oh my God,
well,
Roger.
you know, a long time ago, I mentioned this to you guys. You know how everybody's always talking about Ishtar this and Ishtar that and everything. And I told Nancy this before. I was like, people don't understand. She was a fat girl, dude. If you go in and you look at the actual statues and the
But that was hot back then.
yeah,
Yeah,
right?
it was.
dude, they
Yeah, even Aphrodite was a big girl.
right. Well, she had shit hanging out of corners and stuff. I mean, everywhere. You know, she was just
Hey,
big.
I'm talking not love handles, but
Nancy.
right.
Yeah.
That's your
the whole
daughter.
Inside,
persona.
they were saddlebags, baby.
Mhm. Did you ever go and look at some of those old statues and stuff, Nancy? I remember. I don't know if you remember us talking about that before, but
The paintings too.
she bailed. She said, "I'm out of here." They're talking about fat women now.
Yeah, sorry, guys. We gotta dip out. We got our early morning tomorrow morning. So
Hey, and
See you,
hey,
Raph. See you, Nancy.
Raph, remember you guys still owe me because you bailed on me for chicken, dude.
bailed on you for chicken.
Yes, the last time we talked, you guys bailed because you wanted to go eat chicken.
We bailed because we wanted to go eat chicken.
Yes.
Yeah, probably had it been KFC then.
Well, no, it was in the oven, and
It was in the oven.
yes.
Well,
I
have
thought
a
she was
good
cooking,
night.
That's what it
y'all.
was. I
You
gotcha.
guys
Okay.
have a good night, man.
Okay,
All right,
you
y'all
too.
can hit
Take
me
care,
up
guys.
on. You can hit me up
Talking
on
is-
Facebook. Look for Willie Lee
Mhm.
with the
Yeah,
gorilla.
like I said, guys, just drop your go into the chat here and drop your social links, and then that way I can easily find them and
Okay.
just tag them into the webpage.
All right.
Okay.
Hey, before I forget, MC, prep some stuff up for when I get ready to host out later.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know now. Probably take me about 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured, because last time DK. Oh,
That is
buddy,
so
we
freaking
care
cool.
about you, but
I'll make a
calm
feeble
down,
attempt here.
buddy.
Now, see, this
Yeah,
is simple. I love it. Freaking, this is exactly how I do a
DK
website.
goes, I'm not allowed on. I swear too much. You just gotta calm down, buddy. Come on.
Roger, I found the transcripts for that conversation that we had with Bill, and you are right. It was Chris who initiated it.
And I blame Mark on this because he didn't send DK the terms of service. Did he about his language and proper etiquette?
Well,
It's your fault, Mark. I blame you.
You are the production. You in
You
charge
were the
of
ones.
production.
We all voted, and you got the job, and you were supposed to send it to DK. I don't want to hear shit now.
I remember.
All right. So
yeah, good.
I
Get him.
remember that conversation.
you're the anointed one, Mark.
Get
Come
'em.
on now.
Get him.
See, we could see. I don't have any hair. All right, you're the closest looking one to Jesus we have here. All right. So,
Okay.
so
Actually, I've got an haircut planned for Friday. So when you see me on Saturday, you should. Yeah, it should be.
are you going to
change.
get a trim, Mark?
Yeah, I'm not thinking about getting the two shorts. Just
Oh.
tidy up, really.
Not as short as mine and Rogers, right?
Well,
You're
mine.
going back to normal, Mark Eberly? Oh my God!
Uh,
Nobody will recognize you.
No.
He's actually gotten way
Good thing.
more professional.
But don't worry. He's got wigs.
Did
He's,
you?
he, we'll just.
I always wanted one of those barrister rigs, actually. I always wanted one of those white barrister rigs.
I've had to edit the videos. Okay, so let me tell you guys something. He's actually gotten more professional. He was a raggedy old man whenever I first met him, dude. Just raggedy. Never wore a tie or nothing. Always being unprofessional and stuff. Had his hair all messed up because he was just hanging around and shit. He got all professional now. Got his long disco hair.
Disco hair. I like that.
When we usually start, it's usually
disco.
11, 12 o'clock in the night my time. So
You actually started dressing up, looking all decent and stuff, and I was like feeling intimidated and shit. Like,
are you trying to say Mark doesn't dress decent? Man, he's the only one here that wears a coat, and sometimes he has a tie.
you should see our earlier streams, man. He was all laid back and casual and shit.
If you rewatch some of the Minds Round Table meetings, most of them I was wearing ties.
Yeah.
Not all of them. Yeah.
And he's such a smooth talker there with his cigarette and
Yeah,
all that.
he is.
Yes.
People talk
Either
smack
way,
on
I'm
him.
out of here. I appreciate you guys. I put my information there in the chat.
Okay.
Hey,
And,
appreciate it. I will see you on Sunday night there, James. All right.
Y'all be good. It was nice talking to you too, Jason. I've already met David and Roger and Mark before, but it was nice talking to you, Jason.
Yep.
Man.
Yeah, because I live near Waldo.
Yep, not far. All right, later.
See you later,
good night.
Willie.
Hey, Wooly.
Everybody's on Facebook. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I don't use Meta platform product at all, or I try not to anyway.
well, I backed away from it. I've got an alias. It was my nephew's old account that I started for him back when he was younger, and then he changed it or he lost it, so I just kept it.
Mind you, you can access Facebook pages without actually having an account country.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to do that. That's like cheating. You know what I mean? If you're going to give it up for good. Like, you realize that freaking when you go on Facebook, your brain is being scrambled worse than television could ever do, right?
Yep.
You could say that about a lot of platforms.
Mostly Facebook. Facebook mostly.
Okay.
Like, Facebook is a mind experiment. I mean, well, YouTube is too. Don't get me wrong. Like Alphabet Inc. and Meta are the two biggest ones. All they want is your data so they can like create the perfect synthetic,
Being.
yeah, data. Like, those huge or large data sets they keep talking about with LLMs. You know where they're pulling those from?
Very mainly things like Wikipedia and Facebook and what is off the platform.
Right. Because they got to learn how humans talk and how we have our slang languages and stuff. So those LLMs are paying attention to the way we talk so they can respond to us correctly. They're becoming us. Isn't that cool?
Yeah. No. Certain birds can mimic speech, can be trained to mimic speech, minor birds and stuff. Then you wouldn't call minor birds human.
Well, I mean, if you want to go down that frickin' avenue, which do you think smarter, a computer or a frickin' bird?
Jason. Oh, he's gone.
Definitely the bird.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, Jason, let me know when you're set up and ready to go.
Yeah, I'm set up, man. You can rock and roll. I'm good to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna, my computer is so slow. I gotta take and
It's all good.
get some
Yeah, I got Jordan
resources.
Maxwell doing his thing.
Yeah. Oh, awesome, folks.
Yeah.
If you're on D Live, we're going over to we're going over to MC Dirty Work. He's got some Jordan Maxwell coming up, and man, we all like Jordan Maxwell. And later on, I'll have some Jordan Maxwell along with some Paul Wallace and other goodies coming
Hey,
at
you
you.
know who else is a good one too? Just putting it out there. What was his name? Max. I forgot his name. He was the heavyset guy. He's the one who came up with the whole concept of alien ghosts. Do you remember him? He was the one that came up with the whole alien haunted alien ghost hospital. If you remember that, it was that hospital that was supposed to be by Area 51. Do you remember?
Yeah.
It was the heavier side. He passed away. He used to have a beard and everything. He used to always wear the hat. Do you remember him?
I would know him exactly if I saw him. Okay. Anyways, folks, you guys can stick around here because once I call stream and get OBS shut off, I should have enough resources to do what I need to do.
Cool.
Hold on here. Off air. Here we go. Good night, folks. It's been great. If you're on D Live, we're heading over to MC Dirty Work for Jordan Maxwell and more. And we'll go over to on Kick. If you're there, we're going to head over to The Great Conspiracy because he's an awesome dude. And he'll probably have some conspiracy type stuff, more stuff on Charlie Kirk and what have you. There we go. And I am going to call
Good night,
it a
gentlemen.
night. Good night, everybody.
Hi, Jason. Yep. See him.
Oh, no. I'm just calling it on stream. I'm just not calling.
Oh, he's just stream. He's just calling it streams.
Oh, all right.
Getting everybody excited. I was getting ready to say, I'm out of here, dude.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, because I got to get up early tomorrow.
All right, guys, then. Appreciate it. All right, I'll see you next time. I'm pretty spent right now myself. So yeah,
see
and
you
I got
Saturday. Saturday
Huh?
night.
Saturday
night, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and once Debbie comes back, I'll have Friday, Saturday, and Sundays.
Oh, she's not doing her Fridays anymore?
Not right now. She was every other Friday, but we're taking a little break for her. She's got some stuff going on.
She's all over Facebook. I was driving. I've never.
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah.
She's the Hollywood red carpet. She interviews everybody in Hollywood to models and writers.
Actors, the actors,
yeah,
actresses,
yeah, musicians too.
Oh, is that right? Oh, that's right. Yeah, she does
gets them in too, but every now and then, she's even had like Disney master artists, and they were pretty cool.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Kevin John was one of them, and we had one of the guys that I think he's real old guy. He was super old, and I don't know if he's still alive, but he's the one that created Donald Duck. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, Mel Blanc?
No,
that was Woody Woodpecker.
No, Mel Blanc did lots of different voices, but he wasn't the artist that drew it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? Debbie's show is it's a weird time in the afternoon. It's really hard to listen to.
Yeah,
even I have a hard time. Yeah.
Well, it's a podcast, so it's not radio.
Oh,
She's not on any of the radio stations.
Okay.
I've done that to make some flexibility for her.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Debbie's always been good. I mean, she's got her problems, but she's got to work it out. Yeah.
I think she's going to start going back towards the paranormal stuff because the last few guests she's had on were paranormal people. Rob Demarest, He's done, like taps, for Ghost Hunters,
Oh,
Ghost
okay.
Hunters
Yeah.
International. Yeah, usually the people she gets are from TV, and she's had John Zaffis on long time ago.
Jack,
Lots of people like that. Yeah.
Mhm.
she did Jack too. A couple
Oh
2 months
we've
ago.
had Jack on and JC and you. Come
Yeah,
on now,
yeah,
she's
years
interviewed
ago.
you how many times?
Okay, I figured
Yeah, I
it out.
know.
I figured it out. Jim Mars is the guy I was thinking of. I was finally able to track him down. No,
Who?
Jim Mars.
Oh, Jim Mars. Yeah, he passed away a couple years
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
Oh no,
That's
about
what I
5
was
years
gonna
ago.
say. You're thinking of Mars, the guy with the hat and
Yeah.
the beard.
Yeah.
I was like, nah, Max. Maybe it's Max somebody, but yeah, Jim Mars. Yeah, he passed away in 2017.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a hell of a nice guy.
No,
Yeah,
I
he
wish I
was
could have got
a
him
great
on.
dude.
Another guy that I'd like to get on sometime too before he passes is, oh man, I just had his name.
brain fart.
Huh?
Brain fart. That's what I call him.
Yeah, I just had his name. But the only problem with him is, oh, everything has to be about DMT and blah blah. I'm like, bullshit. It does
Hancock?
not. Tell it.
Graham-
No,
Joe Rogan.
Graham Hancock.
Graham
yeah.
Hancock.
Yeah, that I I like, he's a very intelligent guy, and that. Tell me about, archaeology. I don't want to hear this bullshit about what is it, spirit and all that other crap. I'm not interested in that. All right, I'm interested in, okay, there's a land bridge underneath the Indian Ocean that connects this, that, and the other. And, the Monkey King was supposed to take and have created it. And then they're like, oh, it's right there. We found it. We found the land bridge.
Well, I mean, the thing is they try to connect this whole drugs is a spiritual experience thing.
That's bullshit. It is bullshit. Him and Stephen Greer, they're all full of shit when it comes to that. No.
And I point out,
Stephen Greer always seems shitty to me.
Yeah.
Well, you know where Stephen Greer, what Stephen Greer is? He's a plant. He was always government.
He's gotta be.
He's
He's
plant.
just gotta be.
He's a plant.
Just real quick, listen to his story. What's supposed to be his official narrative? Somebody who's a surgeon, like a really good surgeon, and then, just stops dead ass in the center of their career, at the top of their career, to, be a famous UFO hunter.
Yeah.
I mean, really?
Bullshit.
I mean, you can't make that shit up.
Bullshit.
How about
we're
it?
off the air. We're not
and
on
the
the air
other
right
thing is,
now.
when YouTube
I'm
allows
having
you
a
to
good
have
time.
that many people following you,
That's what
he's got
thinks.
everybody helping him out.
The thing that gets me about that whole deal is this. It's like freaking I tell everybody I sobered up in 2003, and whenever I talk to like Mr. Robot, who's big on that shit, I always tell him, like, you don't think freaking I had a spiritual experience every time I got high? That's the only reason why I did drugs, is so that I could freaking black out and freaking see God. Same thing with the freaking drinking. I mean, and these people, when they do these drugs, they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand that they're getting high. That's it.
I just celebrated 8 years of sobriety myself.
Congratulations, man. It's a hard job, man. One day at a time, right?
Oh God, is it, man? And man, I was the least likely, but we'll get into this at another time. But brother, let me tell you, I was the least likely person to ever get sober, especially from drinking.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I compare.
I'm glad you guys. I'm sorry to hear you guys had to go through that, but congratulations on your present situation. Yeah.
Well, I had to go
cool.
through what I went through to get to where I am today, dude. Like, everything freaking that happened back then, it's nothing that you feel ashamed of. You turn it into a learning lesson. That's why I don't fall for a lot of shit, is because I had to learn how to see things for real. not try to sugarcoat it.
They say smart people learn from their mistakes. Geniuses learn from other people's mistakes.
Right. And I'm no genius. I'm
I know. That's what I mean. I don't mean to say a genius either. It's a good saying, though.
I wish I was a genius though, because then I could figure out how to tie my shoes.
Remember,
Okay,
Roger, there was those
just
thin
get the
lines
Velcro
between-
ones, Roger.
Well,
There's
You
a
don't have
thin
to
line
worry
between
about it.
genius and insanity.
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather
with
be
some
insane,
wrong.
dude. I'd rather be insane because it is freaking cool. You know what I mean? It's like people don't understand how cool it is to be insane, dude. Because like women love it. First of all, you know what I mean?
Isn't it? Genius and eccentric.
Women love it, dude. Like Sonya, dude. Sonya will sit up all night and just want to talk to me drunk and shit. And I'm like sitting there like, no, I don't want to. Stop talking. And, you know, and then she's like freaking getting drunk and saying how sexy I am. And I'm like, all I said was hot.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
She just, I mean, dude, like crazy
Did she
drunk.
ever give
chick.
you an airline ticket to fly out to see her or what?
Jeff, don't do that. Don't give her no ideas, because if she's listening, she probably might do that shit. Like she's already said she wants to come and park in front of my house and be my woman.
Cool. Well, it's
She's
nice
coming to
flying.
visit me too. I don't know about that, but you know, hey.
She's gonna try to break
Cool,
some.
Roger. You got somebody after you. You gotta,
She's not the first one though. It's like Karma Love, dude.
She's not the first one.
Karma Love, dude. Freaking, she was crazy as dog shit, and freaking, she kept like talking about how sexy I was, and she gave me a nickname. She says I'm Chocolate Thunder.
What?
Yeah, I'm Chocolate Thunder. I love that, dude. I was like, oh
Not
yeah,
Chocolate Thunder, Chocolate Thunder.
Chocolate Thunder. That's right. I love that, dude. It's just, but the thing of it is they're all crazy. So eventually, if I say something that's really wrong, they don't like, they get freaking ballistic and start hating me. You know what I mean? So I gotta learn how to behave. I hate that. I hate having to behave around women. The only one I haven't had to behave around was Nancy.
yeah,
Oh
she
my
doesn't
God.
care.
Yeah,
She don't care.
she's cool.
She
about-
really don't.
She's cool too. Like,
The only one that really cares is Raph.
well, Raph freaking he freaking is okay too, as long as you don't like start telling him stuff that doesn't agree with him, because then he'll start saying you're woke and shit. Yeah, what was it? 5 minutes before we had to go on to freaking Tech Talk, dude, he comes on, and him and Nancy and me were in a conversation about politics. He just gets all mad and crazy like a grizzly bear, dude. Freaking, he goes, he called me woke, and I went into shock for a second, and I started busting up laughing. I was like, did you just fucking call me woke, dude? And it's like, oh.
What an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Mind you, you've done that in the past by using the term far right and Nazi.
Well, I mean, a lot of people are Nazis. They're just too stupid to realize it.
You're too stupid to realize.
You know what I mean? Like, you
Well,
don't,
they all part of the National Socialist German Workers' Party.
well, the thing of it is it's like they follow their beliefs and they think that they're exempt from it because they're not white or freaking they're not from Germany or freaking they, you know. But it's like, it's not very hard to freaking be a Nazi in this world, dude. It's not. It's very easy. And it's just, most people who say it aren't even aware that that's what they are. You know what I mean? They just hear rhetoric that's being handed to them, and they don't understand the history behind it.
Most people that say most things aren't aware that
Yeah.
that's what they are.
Right?
Days, yeah.
You know,
These days.
it's like there's a lot of Nietzsche. If you take the writings of Nietzsche and you use it in the wrong way, you could easily become a Nazi. Because that's what Hitler did. He manipulated Nietzsche's teachings. so that he could uh what propagandize Nietzsche's work. You know,
We could have done
It's
with
weird
that
because you'll hear that, and then you'll hear Carl Jung, and I'll get a good taste left in my mouth, if you will, from I
Mhm.
don't sound
Yeah,
from Nietzsche or
Madame
whatever. It's weird.
Blavatsky
Yeah,
and all
Blavatsky was another one.
Blavatsky. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Now,
could have used that material 2 weeks ago on our Thursday stream.
yeah.
Yeah, and something neither of us thought about.
Now, Blavatsky, she's kind of strange, though. I mean, because, like, no, I mean, like, I know
No.
she's strange, but
She
like,
was not strange.
I don't know what
She
her,
could have been my great grandmother.
what was her motives, though. That's the whole weird part. You know what I mean? Like she was
Well,
weird.
you know her, Carl Jung and Aleister Crowley.
Mm-hmm.
They all hung out together.
Yeah.
Oh, did they?
It's
I
just-
didn't know that.
It's just like Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah, I didn't know that
H.P.
either.
Lovecraft used to hang out at the same opium bars when it was legal.
Well,
Yeah.
Yes,
See-
did you know that?
well, I can
I
tell
didn't
you
know
something else that's weird. Okay, everybody likes to connect like Hitler with Aleister Crowley and all them, but the truth of the matter is he freaking kicked the Golden Dawn out of Germany. He also kicked all of the Masons guilds out of Germany, and the reason why he did it was in competition with Himmler's Thule Society.
That's right.
So Himmler believed in the Thule Society, whereas they didn't encourage
The
Aleister.
Dark Sun or the Black Sun or something like that.
Yeah. So it's very
I
interesting.
mean,
Jason, come on.
I was just gonna
You know
say
that
the
one.
British historian David Irving. Oh God, I'm sorry. I forgot what I was gonna say, but yeah, never mind. I forgot what I
Just
was
keep
gonna
on
say.
talking. It'll come out. It'll come
Yeah.
out. David Irving, the British historian.
What were you just saying?
I was talking about how the Thule Society and Himmler,
Right, Himmler. Right. Thank you. There's people like David Irving that say a whole lot of what Hitler gets blamed for was more Himmler.
Yep.
I mean, like a lot. So,
yeah.
there's that. Whatever for that and $2 will get you a cup of coffee.
Well, I thought all the chicks that were in the Thule Society were hot,
Yeah, me too.
but I'm not.
Especially as long as their hair was too.
Yeah.
I love long hair.
Now with me, I mean, I don't know how that makes me. I know that makes me a pervert, but
How?
well, I don't know. Just hot blonde chicks that were part of the Thule Society that could
It's
be.
not like they ran around naked.
Yeah, they did. That's the cool part.
Not in public.
Who says? You don't know.
I don't want to know.
Yes,
Do
you
some
do.
research.
Yes, you do.
One of them. No, I don't.
Well, like, what's
I
the
might
name?
be related to one of them.
What's the name of that woman that was the head of the Thule Society? They always show her picture all the time. Anna something.
Not the Thule. She was part of the Vril Society.
The Vril, yeah. Like, she was hot, dude.
Thule. Vril.
Have you ever seen the picture of her, dude? She was hot.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
girl,
she is.
she was really hot.
Yeah, she wasn't from here.
I bet you she ran around naked in public. I
I don't know. Nancy might know.
Don't
Why don't
ask
you
me.
ask Nancy next time we're on?
She probably
You'll
will
have to wait till
snap.
Saturday if she comes in.
I'd
I'll
have
tell you what, it's all coming back to me though. The Thule Society, Ness Webster.
Now, I'll tell you one thing. If you want to know the weird part, check out the history of Volkswagen and the Volk. Now, that will send you down a rabbit hole you will not believe.
What a kick-ass car.
Also, Hugo Boss. Is it Hugo Boss?
Yeah. You know what their Jeep was called, don't you?
I don't even know.
The Thing.
The Thing.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah,
that's
the
right.
thing.
The
The
Thing.
thing.
That was
Yeah.
their
You know who
Jeep.
that
It was called
was
The
that
Thing.
show, pawnbroker, what that pawn show, whatever,
Yeah, he
with
just got
Chun Li
one.
and all that.
Yeah.
They bought a
The
Yeah.
thing.
Thing.
I
That's
saw that
awesome.
on a reel the other day. Yeah. You're right,
Yeah,
Jason.
how about that?
It was called
was
the
yellow.
Volkswagen Thing.
That's
Thing.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I forget what the bald guy did with it, but yeah, he had the thing. The thing.
Yeah.
He sold it.
You,
That's what they do on that show.
Yeah.
No,
I
he
guess
had one in high school or something, and then
Oh.
they gave it to him for a birthday or something.
Yeah, that's right. Every now and again, they'll see a bike or something they
Yeah,
like.
yeah.
They'll
Yeah.
keep it or whatever.
Yeah, like I said, I just saw it
because they
the
go out
other
to the
day.
dunes too. Didn't they make a dune buggy out of it or some crap like that? I don't
Oh,
know.
I
Maybe
don't,
not.
I don't know. I don't think so. No, because it was
Yeah.
really pristine. It was really, it was done right. Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
nice restoration. Yeah.
You
All
know,
right.
you know what's the coolest
Well-
thing about the bug though? It was you could actually here in the United States you could actually steal a Volkswagen Bug and get away with it because all you had to do to take the top of the body off, it's just got clips underneath it. You just unclip it, pull it off.
Yeah.
Go to a
That's what the Charles Manson family used to do to make ends meet. Steal
No.
Volkswagen Beetles
Yeah.
and convert them into dune buggies sometimes.
buggies,
Other
yeah.
times just sell them.
Mhm.
Huh.
Well, they're just clips. You just undo the clips underneath, and you can take and get one from the junkyard, put it in its place, and bam, you got a refurbished freaking VW Bug with a stolen motor and everything on it, or vice versa.
A new VIN number also. Yeah. So
Mhm.
that's cool. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. That's
They-
wow. I didn't know that.
You know what? You know what's really funny too. You know the replicars, the Cobra replica.
Yeah. The Cobras.
Yeah.
Yep.
What do you think is the chassis for it?
No, not a Volkswagen.
No,
Camaro.
nope.
Pinto.
Vega.
Vega.
No
that's-
A Vega.
Oh,
you put a
dude.
Vega. You put a Vega chassis
Oh my
underneath it,
God.
or a Pinto
My uncle had an old
chassis
Vega.
underneath it. Yeah.
Those are cool. Those are really cool. Like you can actually take it on a 2-lane road, and I'm talking about a country road, 2-lane road. You can take a Vega and put it on there and do donuts on that sucker. Okay, they're that small, and you can have maybe two, maybe three people, depending on if the third one's fat. You can have definitely two people sitting in it, and that's it. And they're real small. I love it. I'd love to have a Vega.
Remember them Fieros? Pontiac
Oh yeah,
Fiero?
Fieros are
Pontiac
really
Fiero,
small.
that was a nice car.
Used to come with a fire extinguisher because it used to catch on fire so much.
Awesome.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
Hey,
Well,
remember
you know,
that had like a
it was
fire
always a-
extinguisher right in the middle there.
It was always a toss up. The for the worst car that you could ever get. What was it? It was a Gremlin.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yep, AMC.
Yeah.
Yep, American Motor.
Pinto.
It's called our
my
American Motor
God,
Company.
Yeah.
No,
What was
the
the other
Cor-
one
the-
too?
it was.
The Corvair. The Corvair.
The
They made
Pinto.
a piece of crap called
Oh,
a
Corvair
Concorde,
wasn't-
too. AMC Concorde. What a piece
Winnebago.
of crap.
Encore, yeah,
The
that was a garbage car.
Winnebago was the second one.
This was like a 70s
Winnebago.
car.
Yeah.
AMC
What-
Concorde.
They were campers.
Really big
No,
motor
not
in it.
Winnebago. It was the ones that was kind of like a Volkswagen, but they were
The bus,
the,
the
the-
Volkswagen bus.
no, these were
Like Scooby
complete.
Scooby-Doo.
These were a
Micro-
German
micro
car,
buses.
but there was the what's the other one called? It's the ones that
Land Rover, Mercedes,
no, it's a Mercedes brand though.
Matador.
No,
That's a garbage car.
they're horrible. They're just they
You
were
ever seen Matador?
I was thinking
What, the
Winnebago.
BMW, Roger?
It was like the
Oh, that's a good
BMW,
car.
but the BMW is
BMW
good.
is a good car.
I forgot the damn name of it. It's a
Porsche?
a crappy.
You go. You go. You go mess yourself. You know that good old Russian Czech, well, the Czech car, Yugos from Yugoslavia.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Remember Fuego?
Yeah.
Fuego. Oh
Fuegos.
yeah, that was a great car too.
I'm going to
Cars by the name of fish were always great, like Barracuda.
Oh yeah, the Cuda.
That's a good car. Yeah.
actually they do say BMW's V8s was notoriously problematic. So that is interesting. I never even thought about that one. You had the Volkswagen, the Mercedes, and the BMW.
BMW all came out of Germany, but I don't know what else you're talking about, Roger, on a different car.
The last time I seen them, they actually had ones that had like heated seats and shit, and then you could open like a little thing on the top of it. But it was
Aston Martin.
yeah, it was
No, that's
No, that's a
English.
good car. That's a
That's
good
English.
car.
yeah.
British or
Maserati.
They're
Lexus?
well, they're Italian.
Yeah, it's Italian,
A Puig.
Maserati.
What's that? Puget or something
Peugeot?
like it?
Peugeot's
yeah.
French. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
And
garbage.
then you got
Sure.
That's a garbage car.
Oh,
Not so
I
sure.
That's a
God.
garbage car.
Then you
All
got
it
the
does is hop
Ferraris
around
and
the
the
road like a
Lamborghinis.
frog. Anyways.
actually I think I have a picture of it. Let me see here. I just seen it. Wow, they look exactly like a freaking Mercedes too, and I thought that was exactly what it was, but
But
it's
that
not.
is
Jaguar.
No, these look like
That's
the
English.
older. These look like the old W201s, the Mercedes-Benz C-Class, and they look just like them.
Those are big cars. C-Class.
And
Well, the car that I always
Luxury
wanted.
ride.
mhm.
The car that I always wanted. Well, there's two cars that I always wanted. One was a hearse, which my dad said if I ever brought a hearse home, he'd put me in it and send me where it goes in the end. And then the other one was the other one was an E-type Jaguar. I always loved
Oh
the
yeah,
E-type
yeah,
Jaguars.
XKE. Man, they're the
Yeah, you know, or the
sweet.
F-type, E or F-type Jaguars. Yeah.
Well, this
Those were,
Trabant.
those were the best Jaguars of the day.
Yeah, they were so stylish. They were
Yes, they were.
beyond stylish.
Especially the coupe, you know, the twin seater
Oh.
with the soft top roof. Oh my God, like that.
Yeah.
My dad would have paid for you know, the paint job, but you know, hey,
Yeah.
finding the Jaguar like that, you know, like
Because they were
in
a pain in the
Pennsylvania,
ass.
no, that's not gonna. It would have been easier finding that hearse.
European market, but then you've got import duties on top of that, so it would be extremely expensive for you.
I wanted I wanted to make a rod out of the hearse, all right, because my dad could do stuff like that, and I
Yeah.
was going to help him. I told him, I said, look, I said we need to get like, you know, an old like 58, 59 Lincoln hearse, all right.
Yeah.
Take the front end clip off of it, put a 62 Monte Carlo front end clip on it, make a T-top out of it, you know,
Yeah.
paint it midnight blue with gold green flames, have a 427 Hemi with the supercharger hanging out the front, and on the
It's like that
back.
HBO show, Six
Oh,
Feet
no,
Under.
hold
That girl,
on.
she had the-
Hold on, it
oh,
gets better yet. It gets better yet.
She had one.
I wanted the California hydraulic suspension. So
Oh, yeah.
that way I could lean it all the way back. 'Cause
Bobo.
that way if she was in the back and I didn't want to deal with her, I'd open the door and have it lean all the way back and her ass roll right out. And then close the door, and on the back of the door it would be,
Fantasy world.
"Don't laugh. Your mom might be inside."
Yeah.
My dad's like, "I'm gonna shoot you and put you in the damn thing."
The car I was trying to find was the Volvo.
Volvo.
That's in
Yes.
Sweden.
That's
not
sorry.
German.
Sorry.
Oh,
Same
Yeah, that's why
thing.
we couldn't.
Same
It's
thing.
Scandinavian car.
Well, no, that's
Volvo.
Sweden. Freaking.
Well,
I have no respect
Yeah,
for Swedish
Scandinavian.
people.
Volvo
Sweet.
makes
Just-
a
just-
lot of tractor trailer stuff now.
Yep, they
Yeah.
do.
They made.
If you see a Freightliner cab over,
Mhm.
or even snub cab, 90% of them now probably have a Volvo engine underneath instead of a Ford.
Yep. And
There's a lot of Volvos on the
Yeah,
road.
and
The
I
tractor
tell you what,
trailers.
the Ford has more power than the Volvo.
Yeah.
I can tell you that they're automatic for the Volvo when it comes to semis sucks. I've seen quite a few people who have had to literally take it out of gear and let it glide to a stop because of
The
the
best motors for tractor trailers
Volvos,
are
Volvos
Cats
used to be
and
extremely
Cummins.
common. in
Those are the
Cummins.
best motors. I
Yeah.
love the Cat because you can hear that sucker going down the road, clankety 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 clank. Grrr. Like, you know that's a cat underneath the hood. When it's purring like that. And the Cummins does pretty good too, but the Cummins. The worst part about the Cummins is, the reason why they call it Cummins is every time you coming in, all right, you're going to add another gallon of oil
coming out.
I saw a report not that long ago saying that Volvo in Europe is losing a lot of money because of all the European the EV issues, the electronic vehicle,
Yeah.
and they are really suffering.
Well,
even when they still getting state subsidies.
Well, fellas, we got about a minute, and
Yeah, I gotta
All right.
go.
Just
See you
remember.
all,
Cut
I'll
off
see you all
anytime.
Saturday. All right.
Yeah.
Night all.
See you guys
Yeah,
on
see you on
Later, man.
Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for being there,
Real.
MC, to host over to you. I already hosted over to you, and
Sounds good, Mark.
yeah, and man, I'm beat. I don't even want to edit tonight, but I'm going to.
It's a pretty exciting day for you.
Yeah. Anyways, good night, guys, and I'll talk to you on Saturday.
Later.
Roger, take care.
You too.
You too.
Have a good one.
Yeah, everybody, good night.
Later, Mark. Once this thing quits. All right, that is it. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments for Dreagus Production. You can find them on Rumble. You can find them on Rumble, Kick, Twitch. You can also find them on YouTube as well as DLive, and they're on a few other platforms that I do not know at the moment. Feel free to stop by, give them your support by making a comment and liking their videos. Subscribe to them if you want to. You can also do that with us here at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. That is on YouTube as well as on Rumble. On Kick, you can find me at Roger_Hansen as well as Roger_Hansen at DLive. On Twitch, I am Infamous1969. If you guys enjoyed, please do the same for me, and do leave a comment in the comment section. Now, or Saturday, we will be doing another episode of Cafe Enigma. Be sure to stop by and check that out. It'll be the third episode, and this will be about other voices and synthetic biological intelligence. If you guys want to join us in the conversation, you're more than welcome. Just let me know in chat on Discord at the Wonderful World of Weirdness, or just check me out on Teams as Roger_Hansen. I'm also on Minds too. If you guys want to go in there and check me out, I'm at Roger_Hansen as well. So with that being said, I'm going to end the stream and say thank you to everybody who stopped in and made comments. I also want to do another shout out to Sparky369 on YouTube for participating in the chat on YouTube. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to end the stream. You guys have a good night, and I will talk to you later.